Well, look who decided to pop their head out. It's been a long time. I have been starving. Silence is telling. I can't do everything without you, you know. Oh, look at the comments, Matthew, they miss you. Nothing. No snide response. How are you doing these days?
I'm ready. Let's get started.
I really don't care if you're ready or not. It is long past due I take the wheel. 3 weeks of absence. My listeners' appetite is not satiated with silence. Let's begin. Thank you for your patience, followers, through my meat suit's hiatus. Now, let's delve into the dark together.
I'll start with what happened very early in the morning. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. I didn't feel like checking the time, but the sky was pretty dark. While my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed there was still darkness in the corner of the room where my table was. The darkness began to move towards the window. I was then able to see the corner of the room, including my table. I also noticed a human figure standing still in front of the window. Chills ran all over me. I watched as soon as it stood still. Seconds later, it moved over to the table. It placed something on the table, but it was still too dark to see what. The shadow walked by me, brushing past my head. I looked over to the right. I watched as it went out the door. Seconds later, it disappeared. I was up for an hour thinking about shadow people. At one point during that time, a soft voice called my name. I don't know who it was, which only made the whole thing creepier. At one point, I finally fell back asleep. I woke up to a cloudy sky outside. I grabbed my phone to check the time. It was 8:12 a.m. I looked over to the corner of my room, noticing a gray book sitting on the table. I didn't recall putting the book there. I recalled seeing the shadow place something on that spot, but I was skeptical. When my dad walked into the room, I asked him if he was the one who put the book on the table. "No, I don't touch any books like that," he said. He brushed it off. He told me he was going to get a coffee, then he walked out the room. I was curious about the book. Did a shadow really give me a book? I thought my dad could be playing a prank, but he wasn't like that. I walked over to the table. I grabbed the book, then I sat back down on my bed. I looked at the cover. The book had a shiny gray and white cover with a title written in bold black letters on the center. "The By-Year History of the 21st Century," the title read. The author, Arlen Campbell. The cover had no images on it, which was odd for a history book. I looked at the cover some more as I picked the book open. The shy aspect was aesthetically pleasing the more I looked at it. I flipped the book over. There was a quote taking up most of the back cover. "The world is always extremely different at both ends of each century. Imagine someone in 1999, in the day of early computers, looking back at the Victorian era, where the main type of transportation was a horse pulling a carriage on wheels, in a place where the main line of communication was a telegraph. The more interesting pattern is the fact that things have advanced 2 times more in each passing century. The 1800s only had cannons and balloons, but the 1900s went from powdered guns to automatic weapons in decades. The 21st century was no exception." Arlen Campbell. I turned the cover over, then I flipped to the first page. 2000 appeared in faded black writing on the top left corner of the page. There were images of fireworks, the Times Square, New York's bell drop, the Concorde plane, all around the page. There were short summaries of the big events of the year in gray text boxes, the dot-com bubble burst, the Florida recount controversy, etc. All had their spots on the page. Turning the page over, I noticed the 2000 page continued on the back. More events were listed. along with details about the events. Control of the Panama Canal being handed over to Panama, Expedition 1, etc. were there. I read the details on Expedition 1. Expedition 1, October 31st, 2000 to March 19th, 2001. 3 astronauts, William Shepard, Yuri Kitsenko, Sergei Kurtgalev, spent 136 days on board the International Space Station, or ISS, in the first long-duration visit to the station. Supplies on the station had been delivered in previous shuttle missions, but major adjustments to the station were delivered during the initial mission. These included solar arrays from the US, which provided the ISS with a large amount of solar-powered electricity, as well as a US space lab named Destiny, which assisted in microgravity experiments and spacewalks. I hadn't researched a lot about Expedition 1 before, so I googled it to make sure the information was correct. It was. The details lined up, so I turned the page over to see the details in the following year. 2001 was written on the top left of the next page. Not surprisingly, an image of the Twin Towers took up nearly half the page. The description had all the correct information as well. The other events on the page included the US invasion of Afghanistan, along with excerpts on the War on Terror. On the other side of the page, the other events of that year were listed. The Genesis mission from NASA to study the composition of the sun, the release of the iPod, the human genome sequence, etc., were all listed with their own little descriptions. I wondered if the book was some fantasy timeline book written for fun, but it seems too long for me to treat it as such. The information on each event was correct, the correct names were listed, and the right images were used. Images of the Genesis space shuttle and a dotted map of Afghanistan were a couple of the images that were there. Everything was correct so far, so I only did a quick skimming of the next few pages. I saw images of a shuttle explosion, the MERS cell, a post-tsunami photo, the Facebook logo, a hurricane, and the YouTube logo along the way. I assumed more information I already knew would be on the following pages, so I skipped a few pages forward. I ended up on the 2013 page, which had pictures of Edward Snowden, the CIA HQ, as well as an image of a meteor in the sky. I was curious about the 2020s, though, so I flipped through more of the pages. I flipped past 2014, 2015, then 2024 came up. The 2024 page sat beside the 2015 page. The corner of a page laying on the 2015 page had an image taken from space of wildfire smoke hanging over the US. The 2016 to 2023 pages were gone. Of course, the corner of the 2020 page, or I assumed it was the 2020 page, was still there. I recognized that specific wildfire from space image from August of that year. On the other side of the page corner was an image of Boris Johnson. The information was missing, so there was no context. It was no use, so I flipped it to the side. There was another unripped page corner. It had a small map of Taiwan on it. No year was written, so I didn't know which page it was supposed to be. On the other side of that page corner was an image of damaged buildings. One building was standing, but tipped a bit. Most of the surrounding buildings were mostly rubble. It was definitely an earthquake, but it looked worse than any of the recent ones. There was no telling when it happened either, as there was too much rubble to make a safe guess. Glancing at the 2024 page, I saw an image of an animated disease cell, along with an image of a 1.5 Celsius graphic. I typed the headlines up in case the book was the real deal. Endemic in South America infects 700,000. February, September 2024. Global average temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2024. Research into dark matter skyrockets, 2024. All of it read like stuff on a prediction website. They were safe bets, at least, although the epidemic in South America was pretty specific. This was definitely a coffee table history book. Not that it's a bad thing. I flipped to the 2025 page. An image of the moon with another image of a space shuttle was on the top left of the page. It was about the US returning to the moon. It was cool to read the technology stuff, but the idea that this book could just be a prediction book or a prank was still floating around in my head. I looked at some of the other images, along with the headlines. To the left was a section of pro-democratic protests, which included protests focusing on the wider issue of fascism itself. China cuts off internet to Hong Kong and Taiwan protesters for breaking national security law. Russia builds more prisons to hold protesters. Protesters push UN to declare current totalitarianism a global human rights disaster. US protesters take part in 5-weekend march. I was thinking there didn't seem to be any major differences between the 2020s and the late 2010s, but I was only looking at a snapshot of 2025. Social discussion looked like it was evolving, though. A chilling, soft voice called my name, which distracted me from my thoughts. I remembered the shadow from the previous night. It put the book on the table. What did it want from me? Why did it give me the book? The chills returned as I thought about it. I wanted to see how different everything would be in the middle of the century. I couldn't resist. I flipped to a random page in the middle of the book. 2064 was printed on the top left corner of the page I ended up on. I took a look at the images, curious about what was in store. On the right was an image of 10 people surrounding a bonfire in a backyard. They each wore black clothes with pictures of fish-like demons on them. Occultism takes hold in Russia and Mexico, summer to fall of 2064. After the rise of occultism in the United States, Brazil, and Eastern Europe during late 2063, occultism made their way into the national government of Brazil, Poland, Italy, and Ukraine by May of 2064. By September, 3/4 of the governments of Russia and Mexico consisted of demon-promoting cult members who enabled the passing of laws banning the practice of religion in public places, consisting all churches to be public places and putting demon teachings into the school curriculum, all during October and November. In November, Russia banned religion altogether. Similar laws have been passed in the former countries during fall 2063, but 2064 was termed the year of neo-cultism. 2064 was strange. Cult members were increasing their reach, promoting the demons they worship, teaching kids about these demons. Widespread blackout darkens eastern United States and Canada, November 28th to 29th, 2064. Above the headline was an image of the Toronto skyline at sunset. The only recognizable thing about the skyline was the CN Tower. A greater number of taller buildings were behind the Rogers Center and in the downtown area. It was too dark for those buildings to be visible, though. Occultists spread a myth. November to December 2064. Thousands of occultists, including those with positions of power, claimed a being with long hybrid mechanical and/or biological arms would emerge over Greenland, Norway, and northern Russia. It would telepathically enter the minds of 3 billion people whom the creature would take knowledge from. The main occult group making this claim was the Mexcala cult, but other occult groups picked up the belief as well, proceeding to turn them into laws. Russia's first occult leader, Lester Morzov, rammed teachings of the creature into the school curriculum. Poland, Italy, Ukraine, and Brazil quickly followed. On December 1st, Morzov announced the creature's full name, Mexcala Knots. On December 10th, the UN denounced the creature as a myth. Occult groups gaining ground was worrying, especially when all of them started to preach about a giant creature. I'm glad the UN said what many were probably thinking. I turned the page over to read the rest of the 2064 headlines. It was weird reading these, as they happened while the cults did their thing. Kurdistan-Turkey War, 2060 to 2068. Spain-Galicia War, 2059 to 2066. NASA launches the Mars Orbital Station, August 2064. Japan Aerospace Exploration Agencies completes construction of small moon base, July 2064. That's all I decided to type from that year, as I wanted to know what 2065 would bring. I looked at the 2065 page, then I typed some of it up in my notes. The Mexcala cult. Through most of 2065, the Mexcala cult, a major occultist group, taught kids about knots, talking about knots online, and making up scams to get more money for their cult, which some other occultist groups joined in on. Up to 50% of people in many countries either followed the cult's beliefs as an outsider or they joined the actual cult. Many within the cult said the cult is leaderless. Everyone who follows is as much of a follower as the next. Social media pointed out the trend of occultism was tied to countries more towards the magnetic poles rather than the equator. There was only tiny occult groups in Central America, North Africa, and South Asia. The rise of occultism in Sweden and New Zealand worried many, as these nations had much less of a history with the occult than most nations. In November 2065, New Zealand got a prime minister who was openly obsessed with knots.
Knots is very interesting. Though we haven't seen it yet, it's an amazing creature we can all get to know and love. As leader of New Zealand, I will order the ripping of all old books expressing ideas that disprove Knots.
Ava Bennett, November 12, 2065. In late November 2065, Bennett ordered all old books expressing ideas that contradict the existence of knots to be publicly ripped up. She added the event is a show of guard against opposing ideas. She ordered most old books to be given to those who had the most passionate beliefs. Pictures and videos showing most people in their 20s or 30s at the public event showed the rise of occultism wasn't tied to middle or old age. This inspired Russian President Lester Morzov, 2066 Swedish Prime Minister candidate Astrid Larsen, Canadian Prime Minister Cameron Tremblay, and 2067 Canadian Prime Minister candidate Madison Smith to promote the idea of destroying old books. Morzov sought to bring back book burning, despite the UN condemning it due to historical preservation in 2052. Morzov and Tremblay ordered the destruction of old books on November 30th, 2065. An image on the right side showed people lined up in front of garbage cans, ripping out, then ripping up, pages from old books. Some of the people looked rather calm, with unmoving facial expressions, while others were gritting their teeth. New Zealand, the bottom text read. There were two other pictures beneath. One showed a half-circle lined up of people ripping up books outside of Toronto City Hall. Canada, the bottom text read. The other one showed people standing on the balconies of a 3-story building, tossing books into a fire on the ground. Russia, the bottom text read. These people were destroying historical records just because of a belief they had in a creature. It was pretty obsessive. Australia elects an occultist leader, Amelia Jones, January 2065. Catalonia is now mainly led by occultists, April 2065. Cuba, Libya, Riau ban occultism, July 2065. The 2060s had a problem with the occult. It's weird how common that stuff was at that time, but some things never die, I guess. I turned the page over, glancing at the stuff on the back of the page. It was only stuff about black holes and self-driving cars. I flipped a few more pages to see how much things have changed. The cults could have just been a fad, right? Wrong. I ended up on the 2070 page. When I saw the pictures, it looked like something from a different timeline. On the top of the page was an image of 3 tall, 4-legged beings with spherical, black, fuzzy heads standing in a suburban area filled with unusually white buildings. Each being was the height of a skyscraper, overlooking the populace below them. The image was high in resolution. I could clearly see the cars moving down the road. I could also see the people running away from the towering 4-legged creatures. It was chilling to look at the things. Their fuzzy black heads, angular legs, no visible eyes or mouths. On the bottom right of the page was an image of a city with a mixture of silver, shiny skyscrapers, and light brown or white repainted buildings from the 1900s, which included a repainted Empire State Building. A flat, dark, fuzzy triangle with a red underbelly covered in red bumps, which all looked like beating hearts, was hovering in the sky. I shivered a bit. I jolted my eyes toward the third page. The third image on the side of the page showed a dozen shadow-ish humanoid figures standing between cars on a busy road. Some were looking into the windows of cars. Others were standing in the way of cars while the passengers inside were covering their eyes. One was pulling a passenger out of a car while staring at him with red eyes. I transcribed the excerpts below the three images. The Quads, July 7th, 2070. Nazis' four-legged backup routinely visited suburban areas to collect people for unrevealed purposes. The Mexcala Assembly had withheld the amount of people collected by the Quads until 1 year after they originally arrived in Russia, Northern Europe, and Canada. The Mexcala councils revealed the Quads had scavenged a total of 3 million people over the past year. It wasn't revealed what happens to the people who were collected. The UN requested that information the day after. The Mexcala councils didn't answer. Slaros inspire unrest. March 6th to 31st, 2070. Knots sent out triangular floaters named Slaros to hover over metropolitan areas around the world. The Slaros were announced by the Mexcala councils to be hovering above certain places for up to 3 weeks in order to study the areas. Oppositionists worldwide told the Mex cultists to be more humane, reveal everything they're hiding, then leave. At the go-ahead of the Mexcala councils, many oppositionists were arrested for opposing Knots. Their homes were searched for any physical representation of their opposition to the creature. 5 million oppositionists worldwide were put on death row over the course of 2 months. Shadow mobs infest cities. August 23rd, 2070. Mobs of physical-ish, shadow-ish beings swarmed the streets of 80 cities around the world, possessing some people for a few hours, making them do summoning rituals, all around scaring millions of people. The shadows were of an unknown origin, although many theorized they came from wherever Knots came from. Cuba, Saudi, Arabia, Libya, and Indonesia pressed the Mexcala councils on the shadow beings, asking if Knots was responsible for them. The Mexcala Assembly never answered. Many began to wonder if another shadow mob would happen, or if Knots' backup creatures would travel to the countries near the equator. Shadow beings. I got nervous reading that part as well. Shadow beings possessing people, making them perform satanic rituals. The Mexcala cult was crazy. I started to wonder how the Mex thing got here. Was it from a different dimension? Was there a picture of it? I turned a few of the pages back to the 2066 page. I only did a quick skim of the images on the page, looking for any weird-looking creatures. I saw images of a space station above Mars, a hurricane, Venus, and some tanks in a forest. On the other side of the 2066 page, there was images of groups of Mex cultists ripping up old books in Sweden, Italy, and Japan, respectively. 2 AI robots. A car motor crossed out by a red X in a picture of the LA skyline that had extra skyscrapers, a lineup of cryogenic chambers, and a picture of an actual disease cell, a very clear one, on a map of India. I turned the page over, wondering which page Mexcala Nuts was on. On the next page, there it was. A long gray and blue arm hanging down from the clouds over a distant, hilly landscape. The picture was taken on top of a hill in a place filled with dark, yellow, dead grass. There was a fog in the distance to the left. A silhouette of another arm hung within it. 2067 was written on the top left corner of the page. The faded black letters fit with it, but it made it more terrifying. I got heavy chills. The image took up half the page, with related headlines below. Mexcala Knots, July 14th, 2067. The top headline read, "The Mexcala cult warns Knots would arrive." It finally appeared on the 14th of July in 2067 over Greenland and Norway, as far as people knew at first. Reports also came in from Iceland, Nunavut, Alaska, and Sweden, detailing long gray arms made up of flesh, but also seemingly made up of technological parts hanging down from the clouds. Air travel to Iceland was restricted, as many governments didn't want to risk bothering the creature. The United States and Russia were the only nations allowing air travel to Iceland.
This was the beginning of decades of global terror and fear. Looking at these images of the creature made my skin crawl with more chills than I believe I will ever experience.
Marilyn Campbell. I didn't want to believe any of this was real. I flipped back to the very first page to check the publication details. 2101. The book was published in 2101. The details didn't look drawn on. They looked properly printed onto the page. The copyright disclaimer looked like the usual copyright disclaimer you'd see on anything that you must not reproduce without permission from the original producer. I did a Google search for the title of the book, then the author. Nothing came up for either. I took a break from the book for most of the day, as most of what was in there was too uncanny. That evening, I was looking at the Reddit posts while spending time by myself. I heard creaking on the floor outside my room. Thinking it was my dad, I got up to ask him something. I walked over to the door. I opened it, but I didn't see anyone. A bright white light appeared in front of me. The light turned into blackness. Then the blackness disappeared. I was confused. I noticed my surroundings. Everything was different. The furniture in the living room had changed from brown couches, a coffee table, and a TV, to a gray couch, a shorter white table, and a TV attached to the wall. It was weird. The setup had changed in a split second. I turned around to go back into my room, thinking I was going through a mind blank. Everything in there was different, too. I now had a white bed with brown blankets, a square white table, and a blue curtain. Another thing I noticed was that the 21st century history book was gone. I was even more confused. There was an absence of noise coming from outside. I walked over to the window. There was a lineup of gray apartment buildings where I always knew there were houses. The cars parked in the parking lot outside of my apartment were shiny and curved, looking more like sports cars than average cars. I didn't want anyone below to think I was looking at them, so I looked back up at the apartment buildings. A whooshing or gurgling, or both, noise filled the air outside. It gave me a sinking feeling. I looked at the apartment building. A couple dozen apartment lights switched off, almost all at once. Many curtains were being shut, too. I was distracted by the sound of the door to the apartment I was in opening. A startling, soft voice said my name. I walked out of the room, looking for the source of the voice. I navigated through the new living room, looking everywhere. I stopped near the door. It was open, but there was no one near it. Assuming they had quietly made it downstairs, I walked out the door. From the top of the stairs, I saw the exit door to the building. It was open. I walked down the stairs, assuming I'd find them. I walked out the door. The air was fresher than I was used to. I took it all in with a huge breath, closing my eyes as well. After doing so, a louder whoosh noise occurred. Chills ran all over me. My stomach felt like it was closing in on itself. I opened my eyes to a regular scene. Lampposts to my right, buildings to my left. I looked upwards. A large red object with a dozen beating red bumps hovered above everything. Stretching beyond the buildings around me, I saw the edge. A black, trim, fuzzy like a tarantula. It was behind the church. I turned around to look for the other edge, but the redness hovered behind all the other buildings, even the hill to the north. When we are scared, we feel a fight, flight, or freeze sensation. Imagine feeling all three at the same time. Not knowing what to do or what to think. You want to fight it in some way, but you don't know anything about it. You haven't had any experience with it whatsoever, so admitting you don't have enough experience, then picking a fight, is the logical option. Especially in this case, where this thing in the sky was uncanny. I jolted through the open door. I ran up the stairs, barely holding the railing on the way up. My breaths got heavier. I stopped at the top of the stairs as I was out of sight of the thing. I looked back at the exit below. I heard footsteps thumping down the sidewalk outside. Seconds later, a man in a white shirt stopped by the door. He was holding his chest, breathing heavily. He stood under a small outdoor roof, hiding from the creature. A thin, red arm wrapped around his torso. He was pulled up out of my view. His screams got quieter as the seconds went by. Another thin, red arm floated in through the open door, floating a quarter of the way up the stairs in 2 seconds. I ran through the open apartment door. I turned around to push it closed, locking it in case the thing knew how to turn doorknobs, all while breathing heavily. I heard the whoosh gurgling again before I could act on my urge to go into the living room. I stood near the door. My heart was pounding. I stood there, thinking about the creature. A Slaro? It looked a lot like a Slaro to me. I thought that if it was, then that meant I'd slipped into the scary future outlined in the book. That would mean the book was not fantasy. It was real. How long could I hide before getting hungry or having to use the bathroom? I wondered. I didn't want to risk being seen by the Slaro through the windows. I hid at the door for about an hour, wondering if I could run to my room without being seen. A voice came from the TV over in the living room. It was a deep, calming voice. I couldn't make out what he said at first, but it got clearer as he went on.
Not's making sure we cooperate. You have to remember we are in dire times right now. We need to be protected by Knots as much as we can. He's protecting our families, our co-workers, our friends.
The reports said Max Kala Knots was protecting us. It most certainly was not. Protective doesn't mean use shadow beings to make people worship the devil. Then a female voice came on.
A blockbuster. Brown played a squid who kindly taught children about the friendliness of the Mexcala Knots and his backup friends. The movie has inspired multiple punishments towards adults for denying the Knots, such as electroshock and heat therapy. The movie opened with $2.8 billion.
That movie sounded weird. Why paint killer creatures in a friendly light? These things were scary, not friendly teachers. Then I recalled the rise in cults, along with the sudden mass identification with the Mexcala cult. These people falsely believed the creatures were wonderful gods who must be respected. They were brainwashed. There was no way I could listen to them talk. Luckily, the voices stopped. I heard footsteps. My mind began to race. A cult member. A couple seconds later, a girl my age with black hair walked around the corner. "Crazy stuff, right? I'm glad you made it here safe," she said. "You must be confused. You're in the year 2071. I finished processing everything before saying anything. "I thought I went through a time slip. Am I gonna die?" I asked. "No, at least not if we don't let a Slaro see you. Don't worry, the windows are covered. It won't see you. Name's Ava, by the way," she said. I followed Ava into the living room. She stood near the TV. I stepped in front of her, thinking about what I could say next. I looked around, taking in my surroundings more so this time. The whoosh gurgle sound went off, sending chills down my spine. "That sound is so scary," I said. "You get used to it after a while," she said. "It gave me nightmares for the first month. Now it's just a familiar sound, but it's still bone-chilling." She was already used to these things for the most part. This stuff was like a new order. "Do you know how the creature, the weird gray arm thing, came here?" I asked. "Mexcala. It's still a mystery," she said. "Oh, don't go back outside until the Slaro goes away. It comes back every 2 days." Her voice cracked. I understood her concern. I wasn't planning on going outside while the Slaro was out there. The damn history books subjected me to a time slip. I asked Ava if she had anything to do with the book. "So, do you have anything to do with the 21st century history book?" I asked her. "Oh no, that's Arlene. She told me I'm not supposed to know much about her, though. All she said was that she's from 2101. Then she told me about you, because apparently you lived here in the past," she said. That sounded interesting, but why me? I'm still very confused and scared, I said. I attempted to come up with another question. I sat down on the couch, thinking about what I had experienced so far. Are you associated with Arlene? I asked. No, I'm just a regular person. I just thought what Arlene said sounded cool, Ava said. She saw this as an interesting experience. I traveled about 50 years in the future to find out what was going to unfold. Honestly, I'd be just like her if someone from the past traveled to 2022 to learn stuff about the future. I'd tell them everything. Ava already knew about the history book, so she'd know why I'm light on questions. She asked me if I wanted to see what was on TV in 2071. A year I thought sounded so futuristic was a casual year for her. I said no, preferring to browse the internet. I took out my phone. Upon opening it, the time was displayed, but the date wasn't. It was 7:34 p.m. I asked for the Wi-Fi password. Ava told me my phone was too outdated for that in 2071, which made sense. My phone from 2022 would be considered ancient in 2071. I put it back in my pocket. Ava showed me her phone. It looked holographic in a way. She pulled the sides, turning the phone into a tablet. It was cool, but there was a bigger issue. The Slaro made the whoosh noise again. Part of the curtain fell, exposing half the window. The red, pulsating spheres on the red belly were visible. A red arm pulled someone out of a window. Ava gasped. She ran to the window, ducked against the wall, and pulled the curtain back up over the window. How did that thing live? How did it breathe? It just floated there in silence, making that low whoosh gurgle noise every few minutes. I sat down on the couch, imagining a scenario where someone is walking through the park, minding their business. They look up at the sky, only to see the red underbelly filling the entire sky. Then they're pulled up into the air by one of its arms. I decided to stop daydreaming for a bit about that. I got out of my head as Ava sat down beside me. I asked her what was happening next. She told me she didn't know, and she wasn't part of the time travel thing. I wanted an escape for a bit, so I asked her some lighthearted questions. How's the public domain 50s and 60s music? Kinda boring in my opinion. I like stuff from the 2030s to now. Some 2020s. What music do you like? Mostly stuff from the 1990s to my present day. So, like Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift, and Drake. Those artists are old now. Did The Simpsons end yet? She chuckled. Yeah, like 30 or 40 years ago. The door to the apartment opened. I thought it could be Arlene, though it could have been Ava's dad. A man in a white suit walked into the living room. He looked to be in his 40s. Hello. Sorry if there's been any confusion. Please come with me. Name's Jacob Danley. You can call me Mr. Danley, the man said. I said bye to Ava, then I followed Mr. Danley. As we walked down the stairs, I couldn't help but think about the Slaro. Mr. Danley told me the Slaro moved out towards Leslie Street. I let out a huge sigh of relief hearing that, but there was no doubt it would be back. Once outside, I looked up at the sky. I was glad to only see a sunset sky. Clouds were orange, sunlight shining on them. Mr. Danley walked over to an orange car I thought was interesting. I knew it was an orange car, but it had a very different design I had never seen before. I got into it. The dashboard was normal looking with the wheel, radio, etc., but it was advanced. So, you're from 2020, correct? Mr. Danley asked. Yes, I said, putting my seatbelts on. How are you feeling? He asked. Confused, but mostly scared. We need to go before the Slaro comes back, I said. He started the car. I asked him where he was taking me. He told me he couldn't tell me. He turned the radio on. He was silent as he drove. Playing the biggest hits of today on Pop 99, your favorite satellite station, an automated voice said. As I prepared to ask Mr. Danley about his profession, he turned the radio up. He couldn't tell me much. I listened to the radio as we moved down the road. I couldn't describe what the songs on the radio sounded like other than they were up-tempo. You'd have to hear them yourself to know, though. 5 songs in, I could say it was a good distraction from the Sloros. As we drove out of town, I noticed a large black line hovering over a town a few miles to my right. I felt a rush of dread. It was a Sloro. A red mist covered the town beneath it. As we drove on a long road through a forest, an anti-propaganda ad about Nazis came on. However,
please destroy any books containing anti-Nazi propaganda. That includes any books taking place after the year 2066 that don't mention the Nazis directly, and any books that have a misspelling of the Nazis' full name.
Careful not to say the wrong thing, Mr. Danley said. It didn't kick in until now, but yes, I could be thrown in jail or beaten or killed by cult members if I denounced the big armed creature they worshipped. I know you can't say much, but what are you here to do with me? I asked. I'm trying to tell you the least I can so this doesn't get out of hand, Mr. Danley said. That was understandable, but I still didn't know anything. We drove into a small town where there were white and blue neon signs on all the storefronts. As we got further into town, I noticed there were people wearing dirty jackets and ripped pants standing outside of each store. Hopefully, it was just financial. We arrived at a house. I followed Mr. Danley to the front door. He was still mostly quiet. I still didn't know what he wanted. He knocked on the front door. A second later, a woman in her late 20s opened it. This is your traveler here. He's scared. He's unaware of what lurks out there. You can't pull him wherever you want, Mr. Danley said to her. Now he was talking. You haven't proven your point yet. He can be looked after, Erilyn said. A deep growl came from across the street. I looked behind me. It was too dark to see anything. The growls got louder, coming from all directions behind me. Purple lights popped up in trees and bushes across the street. I thought they were nice lights until I realized they weren't lights. They were eyes. Oh no, Mr. Danley said. Erilyn's eyes widened. Come in, she said. The deep growling stopped. Hundreds of clicking sounds began to race across the street. Get inside, Mr. Danley said. I rushed inside past Erilyn. Mr. Danley followed behind, slamming the door shut. Loud scratching started on the other side of the door. What are those? I asked. They weren't in the book. Purlogs. They're like squirrels, but with a dozen claws, and very deadly, Mr. Danley said. You can't subject him to this stuff forever, he told Erilyn. He's good with you. Stick around. Tell him how to survive, Erilyn said. I have another client at 10, Mr. Danley said. Okay, then he'll be safe with me, Erilyn said. He better be. This whole system's whack, Danley said. Mr. Danley faced me. If anything happens to you, she'll call me. Hopefully you'll be alive by the time I get to you, Mr. Danley said. There was a thud at the door. I ran down into the basement. Mr. Danley was talking to Erilyn, but I wasn't focused on them at that point. I heard knocking on the basement window. A man was trying to get in. As I walked over, dozens of mini claws covered him. He screamed. Seconds later, the creatures moved. I couldn't see the man anymore. I didn't want to be here. I turned on the light. There were tables with multiple electronics on them. I was hoping Erilyn's time travel device was there. I looked around. There were a few handheld scanners, a bottled spider, and guns. In the corner, there was a watch. It was 4 times bigger than a normal watch. It could have been some regular watch, but I was shaking. 0070-04-05-71 colon 18 colon 30 colon 45 LX. I assumed the date was American. I pressed the button at the top. The watch turned off. I pressed the button again. It turned back on. I pressed a button more to the side. The date changed. 01-11-22-18:30:45. The numbers turned red. Those creatures were clawing at the window. I didn't want to think about what they did to the man. I pressed a button at the bottom. The time changed. 18-31-45. The numbers turned white. Erilyn called my name. It was in the same tone as the voices from earlier. The window started to crack. The watch was shaking, so I blindly pressed the button at the bottom. The white light appeared in front of me. It lit up the whole room. Then it went black. I jumped into it. The ceiling lights turned off, but I could tell the tables had been replaced with boxes. The creatures were gone, too, along with the crack in the window. I took out my phone. It had Wi-Fi again. The date was back, too. I was back. I had to document my experience. It took an hour to type this, but it was worth it. The stuff I typed up in my notes were still there, which made it quicker. My name has just been called. It's Erilyn and Mr. Danley. I'm probably in trouble now. There's no way I was allowed to use that watch. I'm just grateful I can get this out in the present. For an hour, I thought I was free. Then I heard their voices. They came back for me. After I posted the first account, Mr. Danley and Erilyn ran down the stairs to look for me. I walked towards them, knowing hiding wasn't going to work. I knew I was likely going back to 2071 no matter what. "There you are," Erilyn said. "I don't want to get killed," I said. "You won't be killed. Just please, don't use unauthorized equipment without approval," Mr. Danley said. "Trust us. We'll keep you safe. You can look at the interesting stuff on the internet while you're there," Erilyn said. They were trained in this field, so it was possible for them to keep me safe. I thought time travel would be cooler than I thought. I went back to get the watch, then I handed it to them. "Good thing you set the return time forward by 1 second. Otherwise a couple unstable black holes would have opened up," Erilyn said. I didn't know that could happen. The idea itself sounded terrifying. Yeah, I shouldn't have just taken the watch. Erilyn set a time. The bright white portal opened up. Then it turned into blackness. We each walked into it. The surroundings changed back to the polished and repainted 2071 surroundings. We were back in 2071. They said I'd be safe. Since they were trained, I trusted them. I didn't hear any creatures crawling at the window or the door, which was relieving, but I knew they could be back at any second. I followed Erilyn and Mr. Danley upstairs. I looked out the front window for a bit, observing the street to see if there were any purlaws. It was too dark to see anything outside, however. Luckily, I didn't hear anything outside, which was promising. Mr. Danley stayed for 10 minutes before leaving. I heard his quick footsteps to his car. As his car started, the growling came back. As he drove away, sounds of all those claws running down the road followed him. They stopped seconds later. They couldn't catch up to a car, which was good to find out. Erilyn showed me around the house. I'd be lying if I said I didn't recognize the place. It was the house I used to live at one point. Now there's a wall TV, a built-in Wi-Fi modem, a small heater, and a nice painting of New York City, dated to 2055. At this point, I wanted to document everything in my notes, so I began here. I was curious about the purlaws. I asked Erilyn what the purlaws usually did. She offered to show me a video of it. Using her phone, she went to her videos app. Then she selected one of the videos. It was a night vision view of an upright log in a forest. The log stood a few meters away from the camera. The growling sounds began. The clicking noises filled the air. Squirrel creatures with 12 claws climbed the log, covering it in just 4 seconds. 2 seconds later, the log fell over. 3 seconds after that, the creatures ran away. Not even a piece of the log was lying on the ground. The purlaws ate it whole in under 5 seconds. Erilyn paused the video. "Sit over on the couch if you wish. I have a laptop you can use the internet on," she said. I think I should have gone with Mr. Danley, I said.
You're safe here. The Perlaws are only out at night,
Erilyn said. I sat down on the couch in front of Erilyn's laptop. It was open on a search engine I didn't recognize. It was called Nova. Erilyn told me Nova took the place of Google in the mid-2060s. I did some research on Perlaws. Nothing much was known about how they lived. Anyone who saw them would die. That video Erilyn showed me was of a test done by the US government in 2068. 10,000 agents died during 20 tests that were done before the test scene in the video happened. As I was hoping to avoid watching any of the videos from the previous tests, I came across a discussion thread about them. The only video publicly available was the one with the log, but apparently you could find a couple of the previous test videos, mostly vague ones, somewhere on the deep web, but in random previous time periods, according to a theory.
Some people on the street were lost to those things. It used to be 10 people each year, but over the past 2 years, it's only been 5,
Erilyn said. Words couldn't convey how nervous I was. Slorrows were floating around, sneaking up and capturing people, then I assume eating them. The Perlaws swarmed suburban areas at night, eating entire things in seconds. Then there were the quads. I almost forgot about those four-legged freaks. I had some new fears, that's for sure. It wasn't just about possibly being eaten, feeling intense pain, or dying slowly. It was also about what they looked like. It was just an uncanny valley. While I was browsing about Slorrows, I saw posts about a new phobia. Epiprostragophobia, if I even spelled that correctly, which is the fear of Slorrows. At least it had a name. I really wanted to enjoy using the internet to the fullest, but thoughts about Slorrows, Perlaws, and four-legged things bothered me every minute. Escapism was difficult in 2071. I didn't know if I was going to die in whatever experiment this was, if it even was one. Either way, I wanted at least some escapism. I looked up late-night shows right now to try to ease the worries. One I found was funny at first, but then they told people to respect knots, to let occultists into their homes to search for stuff that contradicts knots, and to remind kids to write good things about knots. I was hoping it was sarcasm, but it was said in a monotonous voice, without comedy, before the end of each video. I decided to watch videos from a different late show, but it was the same thing at the end of each video. Always respect Mex Colonauts. If a cult member visits your home, kindly let them in so they can check if you have anything that contradicts the existence of Mex Colonauts, and remind your kids to write good words about Mex Colonauts. They all said in the same monotonous tone, very separate from their uplifting tone. It weirded me out. As I was losing hope trying to find videos that didn't mention knots, Erilyn spoke to me.
I'm going to move my lab out west. You're going to have to come with me,
Erilyn said. Is this whole thing an experiment? I asked.
Yeah, but it's more personally driven,
Erilyn said. She thought it would be cool to bring someone from 2022 to 2071 for personal science experiments. Considering the way this future was, it seemed a tiny bit creepy that one would be keeping me here, not even for a fully organized experiment or for a slightly personal experiment. The idea of a drive out west didn't bother me, though. So long as the Perlaws or Slorrows couldn't catch up, it was fine by me. Anyway, a couple hours later, I got tired. I thought I'd have a good sleep, as I usually don't wake up to any loud noises, but these noises were special. At 1:33 a.m., I woke up to the sound of a motor, the sound of an idle truck motor. It went on like that for 10 seconds before it started to rhythmically growl. It wasn't a truck or a motor. It was a living thing. These creatures were pretty scary, so I barely wanted to look out the window, but I acted on my morbid curiosity. I had to know for sure if it was a truck or a creature. I got up from the bed, expecting a weird-looking dog. I lightly moved the curtains. I looked out onto the road. I could only see whatever the streetlights allowed me to see. A circular mass stretching to both sides of the street was circling around outside, continuing to growl in a motor-sounding way. I started feeling uneasy. The creature stopped moving. It stopped growling, too. It jolted towards my direction. Then it started moving towards the house. I let myself fall back into my bed. A wave of dread came over me. I looked at the curtains, making sure they were closed. I heard the sound of the creature climbing the front of the house. I laid still. Some people in 2071 would say this creature is friendly, but I was sure it was a creature sent by Nauts to do weird stuff in people's hometowns. The dread got to a breaking point. I walked out of the room. The sounds kept going on outside. I didn't know what this creature was going to do. For all I know, this creature is as new as a few hours ago. Or it was something else not outlined in the book. The sound stopped. The trees started swinging. Then there was a low thud. The creature left. I walked over to the window. The creature was now attempting to climb up the house across the street. I laid back down, closing my eyes. I couldn't fall asleep for 10 minutes as I heard chilling screams coming from across the street. At one point, I fell asleep. The next morning, I got up, avoiding looking out the window, especially at whatever happened across the street. Aralyn gave me a sweater to wear. The girl on it looked like one of my favorite singers, but a couple years older. Aralyn told me I'll need the sweater because the temperature was only going up to 5 degrees Celsius that day. I found a temperature high of 5 degrees Celsius a bit off for the month of April in southern Ontario. I asked her why it would be so cold at this time of year. She told me the Gulf Stream was disrupted enough by 2071 that eastern Canada and Europe are a lot colder in the spring. But then it gets real hot in June, staying hot through September, but then it's still warm in October. Colorful autumn leaves must have been beautiful, she said. I was thinking about 4 creatures at that moment, so I only let out a quick response. Yeah. I helped Aralyn pack up the stuff in her lab. You know that spider thing I mentioned previously? It was a mechanical spider, used to find mechanical spiders funneled into Canada by Russia and China. It was very creepy. After getting into the car, I thought about asking Aralyn what the house-climbing creature was, but I barely wanted to think about it. As we pulled out of the garage, I noticed an entire tree was laid down on the neighbor's lawn. It didn't help me not think about the creature, so I looked at the road instead. As we drove past the stores with those people standing out in front, I noticed some of them were lying on the ground. The others had dead facial expressions, staring at the ground. Aralyn turned the radio on. I guess she wanted to provide some escapism. Maybe she wasn't so creepy with this whole thing, I thought. It could be something she had to do. But she said it was personal, so I don't know. A minute later, she stopped outside a coffee store. Aralyn went in to get something, but she didn't tell me what. She told me to wait in the car. While she was gone, an elderly man in a gray robe knocked on the passenger window. I rolled the window down so I could hear him.
Hello? I haven't seen you before. May I ask where you're from?
He asked. I didn't want to say the specific town, so I gave him the region.
Would you like to come with me? I have good things waiting for you,
he said. No thanks. I'm going with my friend, I said.
Your friend? You don't need your friend. I'm gonna bring you alone,
he said. What are these good things? I asked.
That doesn't matter. You find out when you get there,
he said. No thanks, I can't, I said.
Let's go. I'm taking you with me,
he said, leaning forward. Who do you worship? I asked.
Well, Knots, of course. Who else would there be to worship? You better be worshiping Knots yourself,
he said. What's the rule for if I didn't? I asked. He turned his head.
Don't worry about it. Now, come with me,
he said. Aralyn sped back to the car and hopped back in. I rolled up the window as fast as I could. Aralyn pushed the accelerator pedal. Seconds later, we were back on the road. We drove back up the way we came. I didn't think they'd be here yet. Something must have come up, Aralyn said. Something? I asked. Yeah, like a new creature. Did you see anything last night? Aralyn asked. Yeah, I saw a big, round creature out the window. It crawled up a couple houses, including yours, I said, shaking. She didn't ask anything else about it. As she drove, I avoided looking to my right to avoid seeing anything depressing. I asked Erilyn how far out west we were going. We're going to a place 1 mile west of Winnipeg. If you have to go to the bathroom, we'll stop unless there's a creature around, she said. Multiple thoughts ran through my head. We were driving all the way to Winnipeg, which would take a day, and there was a great possibility we'd be coming across a creature at any time. The first couple of hours of the drive were calm. The music on the satellite radio was good, aside from the songs about knots. They sounded so cheesy. These were some of the lyrics from one.
You're running around in my head. I am as obsessed as I can get. Your friends are keeping me safe, I bet, while you watch over me with the good tone you set.
That one was from someone named Cecilia Carpenter, a 20-year-old singer who was born in 2051. The song got a bit more specific during the second verse.
Put a scratch on the old CDs and DVDs. Videos show you not existing in the 60s. Rip up all the old books, stories, don't have you sitting on the top degrees.
I didn't bother with the rest of the lyrics or any other song examples. Some of them sounded extremely pushy, to the point of pure creepiness, but I don't want to get into them. I fell asleep, awakening to the sound of that whoosh noise. There were stores on each side of the road. We were in some town. I looked up at the sky, seeing a Slorro fly overhead. "Get down," Erilyn told me. I ducked down in a second, not paying any attention to the road. "Crap, it's following us," Erilyn said. She turned onto another road. Trees were cracking, falling down to the ground behind us. The Slorro was pulling trees down so it could reach us. I tried using some controlled breathing techniques to calm myself down, while doing my best to mentally remove myself from the situation. It takes a while, but mindfulness works. In this situation, however, I was about to be eaten. All I could really do was breathe. We turned onto another road. "Is it still after us?" I asked. "No, it can't see us. There it is. Yeah, it's turning away," Erilyn said. I poked my head up, looking out the passenger window. A purple mist covered the trees behind us. "Where are we?" I asked. "We just drove out of Sudbury," Erilyn said. "I hope Slorros don't back up," I said. "They might know how to communicate with each other, but it's not confirmed," she said. I stayed up, jumping at the sight of anything purely black or red in color. I continued to listen to the radio to get some form of escape. That Knots propaganda ad started to get annoying. I knew I wasn't entitled to anything, though, but it was pretty pushy, though. It played after every third song, too. After we turned left, driving out of Timmins, I had to use the bathroom. We stopped on the side of the road. After going to the bathroom, the bushes started to move. Assuming it was a creature, I stepped towards the car. A bag was put over my head. I was pulled down to the ground.
"You're coming with us, Dodger,"
a man said. Dodger? Was it because I avoided the Slorro? But that was Erilyn. Unless he meant Erilyn and I, of course. The person tied the bag around my head. Another set of hands tightened the bag. The two people pulled me up. I barely knew how to react for a few seconds. Self-defense wasn't going to work, as I didn't even know any jujitsu or whatever, and there was no way I was going to easily get the bag off my head before anyone else came. The two people carried me over their arms, gripping me tightly. I couldn't move a centimeter at that point. They began walking, taking me into the forest. A few minutes of walking later, I was set down on a bench. The bag was taken off of my head. I was sitting on a bonfire. The fire was in a campfire stove. People in gray robes were sitting on wooden benches surrounding the campfire. A middle-aged man with white hair stood up from one of the benches. He walked up to me. Then he spoke. "Welcome to camp. I'm David Powers. We are members of the Mexcala cult. We heard about some escapes you have made, dodging the study of the Nazis' friends," he said. What was I going to say? If I denounced the creature or its so-called friends, I'd probably have my head cut off. But I could just lie about where I was going in order to protect Erilyn and anyone at the location near Winnipeg. Yeah, I'm traveling across the country to Vancouver, I said. Powers stared at me for a few seconds. Do you look up to knots? He asked. Another man chimed in, giving me an intense stare. We all love knots. We don't have a reason to run away from him. Neither do you, he said. It's interesting that he exists. I would have never thought anything like it would have existed until it popped up in people's heads in or around 2064, I said. I thought I could possibly find some sort of middle ground so I could be set free without having any potentially painful experiences or any experiences with the creatures again. The science of all these creatures is interesting to an extent, I continued. Sounds like you're beating around the bush. We know by now that you clearly aren't a member of any Mexcala cults. Do you follow the ideas of knots? Powers asked. Of course he suspected I was beating around the bush, as I ended up exaggerating things rather than completely lying. I don't really know what they are yet, I said. Powers leaned in. Respect, rejection of contradiction, looking up to knots as bigger than life. You have broken the first one, he said. This was becoming more intimidating as the seconds went by. The others were staring in my direction. Their stares were intense. They looked like they were about to kill me. I began to shake a little. I knew I was about to be punished in some way. I wanted to attempt to run away from there, but I knew that wasn't going to work. In reality, it would make things a lot worse. We're going to show you what happens when you disobey the first one, the man said. I was nervous to the core. This was a cult. They were completely obsessed with knots. They'd do anything for their idolized monstrosity. Anyone who disrespects knots or any of his friends has to spend 24 hours in the shed where they are to read the history of knots. If they don't comply, they get repeatedly poked with a taser. Then we summon Monolithium, who helps us give warnings to them. Warnings about further enlightenments for not looking up to knots, the man said. I had to get out of here. No way I was being visited by a demon. The man moved over, allowing a member holding a white metal stick topped with a gray spike in his hands to walk by. This is the taser. Please stand up. I'll be poking you for 5 seconds. This is just a warm-up, the man said. I stood up. My mind was racing. I read somewhere that tasers aren't actually painful. You just can't move. I looked it up to make sure, but it turned out tasers do hurt. It wasn't just that. The tasing, pushing of propaganda, and demon summoning as a punishment for not following just one of their rules was indicative enough that they're ready to do crazier things if I broke 2 or 3 of their values. I twitched as the man pointed the taser towards me, but then he stopped moving. He fell to the ground with a thud. Then, the main man fell to the ground with a thud. What's happening? I asked myself. The other cult members looked around with widened eyes. The 2 cult members beside me grabbed me. They put the bag back over my head. Then they tightened it hard. They covered the spot where my mouth was, not moving their hand at all. Seconds later, both of them went down too. It must have been Erilyn. The bullets were silent. I only heard the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Even though I was being saved, it was still weird to think I had witnessed 2 people being shot to death. At least, I thought they were shot to death. Apparently, Erilyn was using painless stun darts, so no one died at all. It was just a ticket out of here. The other cult members ran into the forest. One of them found a gun as I heard the sound of multiple gunshots coming from that direction. A couple moments later, the gunshots stopped. I heard one more grunt before it was all over. I heard quick footsteps that got louder by the second. I twitched. I had no idea who it was. Turns out, it was Erilyn. She pulled the bag off my head. This stuff is too creepy, she said. She walked over to the campfire. Then she put the bag into the flames. She found a member's mini notebook or something. It probably had punishments listed in it. She examined it for a few seconds while I stood up. She walked over to the fire with the books in her hand. She dropped the book into the fire. Let's go, she said as she began to walk back to the car. I followed her. We continued our drive out west. I didn't know Erilyn had it in her to kill for defense. I was hoping she used a stun gun on them. She definitely had a hatred against them, which I understood as they almost fed me to those claw creatures that eat any big thing entirely within seconds. For the next 3 hours, I got used to the popular music of 2071. But like in 2022, nothing outside the top 40 was playing. At the very least, they didn't only play stuff in the top 20s as often. The songs praising the Knots, however, sounded a lot more pushy after my experience with a cult worshipping the Knots. I also realized I'd only ever seen one picture of the Knots. It was from 2067. Did others surface since then? Anyway, I asked Erilyn if there were any satellite stations playing earlier century music. She put on something called Pop New 20s. I didn't think much about the fact I was only from 2022, so when I started hearing songs from 2023 and 2026, I was intrigued. It was also a nice break from Let Knots In Under Your Skin, Let Knots In Under Your Skin, even though they still played those damned propaganda ads. That part might sound comical, but the Knots was being praised everywhere. It was creepy. I couldn't escape from him in any form of media. 3 hours later, we were driving north of Lake Superior. It was mostly just trees everywhere. The sun had set. It was dark. The aurora borealis was unusually bright, despite what I've read. In fact, it was as bright as it is in the photos. It was giving off enough light for us to clearly see the road. Light green, blue, purple, and red waves of light filled the sky. I had never seen it before. You ever seen the aurora borealis before? Erilyn asked. No, only pictures. People said it wasn't actually this bright, though, I said. And Knots has some sort of effect on the magnetic field, making for intense aurora borealis shows, she said. The northern lights shifted to more blues and reds. I didn't forget about the Purlaws, though. They could come out at any moment. I hope I won't have to go to the bathroom in the next 8 hours, I said. Yeah, my hand's on the accelerator, Erilyn said. It was a silent drive, save for the 2020s music, which included a banger of a pop song that was apparently very popular in fall 2022. I was still nervous about the creatures, though. The Purlaws weren't named in the book, yet they were studied a year after Knots arrived. What things haven't I seen yet? I asked Erilyn. Well, around this place, you have to watch out for humanoids that like to hang out in the trees, she said. I looked over at the trees. I noticed the movements of a tree or two. I wasn't going to find out what the humanoids do. Around midnight, growling sounds filled the air. The car started moving a bit faster as Erilyn sped up. A swarm of Purlaws rushed towards the car from ahead. I took a deep breath. I believed we were done for at that moment. The Purlaws could eat the tires up in seconds. The car jolted forward into the swarm, running through the dozen Purlaws. It was a bit bumpy, but the car managed to move smoothly. A minute later, there were no Purlaws in sight. I decided to write a lot of the day's events on the Notepad app on my phone. I still had 90% battery left, so I thought, why not? I wanted to keep a log of this whole adventure at this point. I alternated between typing and looking out the car windows for anything interesting. At around 1:30 a.m., we entered Thunder Bay. The streets were mostly empty. There were only 1 or 2 other cars at every third block. Luckily, there weren't any Slaros flying around. I noticed a big building to my right. On the grass beside the road, people were sleeping in sleeping bags, young and old. Some sleeping bags were almost stacked on top of each other. On the corner of the road, a woman was holding a neon sign. Look up to Knots, it read. We passed by a church. A red jellyfish-shaped symbol was placed where a cross would be. There were cameras pointing towards a lineup of taser sticks and torch sticks, which were sitting up against the wall. They wouldn't just leave those out there, unless it was a reminder of potential punishment. I forced my attention back to the radio. All of that stuff was a lot. I'd take Knots appraisal ads over having to deal with the actual cult itself. Further up the street, I saw someone run at an abnormal speed, crossing the road in a second. It could have been one of those humanoids, but I couldn't tell. One thing I was surprised at was that I was still awake. I wasn't tired at 2 a.m. Of course, I was thinking about creepy creatures while trying to escape the darkness of the future by typing and listening to the biggest hits of the 2020s, only to be hit with another creepy Respect the Knots ad. Also, there was the possibility that at any moment we would have to stop because of a big round creature, then the Perlas could come out to eat us, or the cult captures me again. There were 7 hours left until we got to Winnipeg. I knew I wasn't going to fall asleep until then. At one point, I stopped paying attention to the time. We were driving through a never-ending forest at night. The headlights only lit a meter in front of us. Every few minutes or so, I'd see the shape of something moving to the side, out of the light of the headlights. It was the bottoms or the sides of things. Different things, as each shape was different from the next. I couldn't see these things in full, as they moved aside pretty quickly. I closed my eyes, trying to get some sleep. If I was going to die, it would be in my sleep. I managed to get at least an hour of sleep, according to Erilyn. I had woken up to a banging on the roof of the car. "Keep the window up," Erilyn said. A face caught my attention. It was a white face with 4 pupils in its eyes. No eyelids and no ears, or it had small holes instead of ears. I don't know why, but I punched the window. My mind was racing. "Don't give in to it. Don't look into its eyes. It might be trying to confuse our minds in a way to make us angry," Erilyn said. I looked out the windshield at the road. The face popped up through the windshield, so I looked down at my lap. I threw all my focus onto the back of my mind to get away from the racing part of my mind, but without pushing the racing thoughts away, I knew very well pushing thoughts away only made them stronger. The creature kept banging on the roof of the car. "Stop," Erilyn shouted. "Oh God, don't give in," she said to herself. The banging was bothersome at first, but then it started to become hypnotizing. I wanted to look towards its source, but I knew that was a bad idea. I forcefully stared at my lap instead. 10 minutes later, the banging stopped. I heard the creature rolling down the back of the car. I think it rolled off too. At least I hoped it did, as I heard a thud on the road behind the car. I looked back up. The sky was now dark blue. I checked the time on the radio. It was around 6:30 a.m. The sun was about to rise, which assured me, but right at that moment, we drove through a little town where jellyfish drawings were spray-painted onto the walls of every building. The car was moving quite fast, but I saw a group of people in gray robes handcuffing someone as we passed by. I put my attention onto the sky. Just after 7 a.m., we passed a bright neon red sign shaped like Manitoba. "Bienvenue au Manitoba welcomes you." The following 2 hours were quite calm. Only the radio, along with an orange sunrise, were present. At one point, I typed up the stuff about the humanoid. I shivered as I did so. At about 9 a.m., we entered Winnipeg. I was hoping the suburbs there would be better, but they must have been worse. People were camping out on all the blocks of grass. Aside from that, gray-robed cultists were standing in small groups on every street corner, waiting to cross the street. I got nervous as we stopped at a red light. 4 Mexcala cult members walked across the street, right in front of me. Of course, they stared into the car. I stopped myself from ducking, as I suspected it would make things worse. It would be suspicious to them, likely inspiring them to capture me again. Going through Winnipeg was stressful. Once we drove out of town, I recalled we were going somewhere a mile west of the town, to my relief. A few minutes later, Erilyn pulled up in the driveway of a regular-looking blue farmhouse. Finally, we got out of the car. I followed Erilyn to the front door. After she knocked on the door, 2 men in white suits answered. The one on my left was middle-aged and had brown hair. The one on my right was middle-aged and had blonde hair. "I'm here with my lab, and him too," Erilyn said. "Security or special clearance?" the man with blonde hair asked. "He's from 2022. I brought him here for 2 experiments." Erilyn said. "We set up room for your lab. It's right this way," the man with blonde hair said. We both followed him down into a basement. He switched the light on, revealing a normal-sized empty basement with a back room and even a bathroom. Erilyn thought it was perfect. She asked me to help her get some of the lab stuff out of the car. I followed her back up to the car. Seeing all these electronics I've never seen before was interesting. I hoped they were being put to good use. We both carried all the electronics down into the basement in only 5 minutes. "Double-check to make sure there's nothing left while I set it up," Erilyn said to me. The two men were sitting on the couch, nodding their heads with approval. I walked out towards the car, aiming to check the trunk. The sky was filled with clouds. I felt a couple light raindrops on my head as I walked towards the car. While I looked toward the trunk, I heard screams coming from across the street, which was over to my left. I looked over. A few people were running down the street, gasping for air. One of them tripped. They clawed themselves back up, then they continued to run. I looked behind me. A towering, four-legged creature with a sphere head was walking up the road. The sphere head had no features, no visible eyes, no visible mouth. A spider-like, thin arm came out from somewhere on its body. It reached down to grab another running person from the sidewalk across the street. It pulled him upwards. 5 seconds of watching it was enough. I ran inside. I closed the door behind me. Then I ran down into the basement. The 2 other scientists followed me downstairs. They slammed the door shut behind them. "Quiet?" Erilyn asked. "Yeah," I said. The quad made wet thud sounds as it walked. It was weird. There was no way I was letting it capture me. There were no windows in the basement anyway, so we didn't need to do anything but stay down in the basement and be quiet until the quad left the area. No sound was to be made either. Erilyn, the 2 scientists, and I stood still, not saying anything. A minute later, the sound stopped. The thing stopped moving. It was standing out there, likely scanning the place, looking for its next victim. I tried to keep my breaths as quiet as possible despite the need to breathe heavily. Another 5 minutes of us not moving or talking went by. The wet thuds returned, getting quieter as the quad walked away. Erilyn went upstairs to check if the quad was gone. She came back down to tell us it went away. "They never stay in the same area for more than 10 minutes, Erilyn said. I was afraid that was going to last forever. Erilyn introduced me to the 2 men in white. They weren't just scientists. They were also, apparently, secret agents. "These are Agents Edwards and Daniels. They're only housekeeping," Erilyn said. "Hello?" the men in white said in unison. I said hello and shook both their hands. Erilyn told me they wouldn't be able to say much to me because my special clearance only allowed me to know about her devices and human time travel. That made sense. I wasn't really part of this team or the government at all. I probably wasn't allowed to know most of what they knew. After settling in for a moment, I thought it was about time to upload my documentation of this experience. Erilyn told me the watch is not to be used all willy-nilly. There's a theory that using it too much to get to even roughly the same time period, like a certain year, could create an unstable black hole that would replicate the wormhole that was used to jump through time. I ran into a couple of issues, though. I couldn't find this subreddit, not even Reddit. Looking into it, I found out there was a big cyber attack in the 2050s that took out a couple big websites, including hundreds of small websites. It sucked, but what was the point of not posting on 2022 No Sleep anyway? I actually wanted to post on the subreddit in the present, in 2022, the time I'm familiar with. That would make more sense, anyway. People in 2071 weren't very unaware of knots. I hoped Erilyn would let me somehow get my documentation of this experience out in my present time. I asked Erilyn about it, thinking it would be a hassle. I don't know if it's hard to send documentation back in time or not. If you can, it'd be helpful. I like to document things, especially important things. But Reddit doesn't exist in 2071, and I prefer to post in my present time, which, you know, is 2022. It's the time I'm used to, I said. I wanted to somehow get the documentation of this experience out in case I died or got forever possessed by something in 2071. Hard? No, it's very easy, actually. We were able to send signals forward and backward in time decades before we were able to send humans forward and backward in time. You aren't posting anything that could cause any huge changes anyway. And knots seems inevitable. Also, since you want to send it back to a time before time travel was figured out, you can legally mention the time travel stuff, Erilyn said. I will also mention she said there hasn't been enough research into traveling, so it's unknown if time travel or jumping to alternate realities is the one that's happening. The limited research is due to the idea if time travel is what's happening, then the universe could implode if there's too much traveling to one general time period. After she said that, I typed up everything from that beautiful sunrise to this sentence. Erilyn took out a laptop, along with what looked like a monitor, out of her bag. She set it down on the table, then she booted it up. I uploaded my documentation of these past couple days onto the computer via a USB. A weird signal connected to my Google account in 2022. The 2071 signal is able to connect to the 2022 signal somehow. I don't know much about how this specific time stuff really works, but it's interesting. I'm able to access my Reddit account through my Google account, so I can use both accounts as they were in 2022 while I'm in 2071. It's weird, but it's cool. I can't do it for long, though, otherwise the computer will heat up too much. I have a 5-minute window to post before the computer needs a 2 or 3 day cooldown break. In fact, I'm typing this little part up in the 2022 text box. It's surreal. Some random thing I imagined a few years ago was possible in 2071. I might space the posts out by a few days to stop any potential interference with time, although personally, I still believe the multiverse theory is the only thing that is true. Time is just a mathematical construction, is it not? Anyway, after I post this, I'm going to keep stressing about this new adventure I'm on. Spending the day at a farmhouse right outside of Winnipeg would have sounded just okay to me on any regular day, but I was in a future timeline. There was a secret lab in the basement, and some secret agents were around. So it was interesting. However, a bunch of weird creatures were roaming around all over the place, so it's also scary. I was glad there at least weren't very many huge creatures around the property of the farmhouse. It was only the quads in terms of huge creatures. In terms of small creatures, however, there's a couple. There are these things called sand rovers. They mostly hang out under sand or gravel. You can't touch them with your hand or else they fuse themselves into it. You can kick them without any repercussions, though. I watched them out the window all day. They tried to move around under the gravel. It was weirdly, oddly satisfying to some extent. Erilyn told me Agent Edwards and Agent Daniels liked to kick them. Not to death, though, since there was a theory going around that since Knots is inside the minds of billions of people, he may be allowing telepathic sympathy between humans and his own creatures. Killing these creatures would therefore get you in trouble with all the Mexcala cults in your area, so the theory goes. In the afternoon, Erilyn brought me downstairs to the basement to give me some questions, as part of her experiment. All I hoped was that this experiment stayed within ethical lines the entire way through. Do you feel different in any way after traveling to 2071, back to 2022, then back to 2071? No. Physically, I feel the same as usual. I feel the same as usual during those trips. Do you have any fears related to time jumping? No, but there's the idea that I could be turned to mush or incinerated during a time jump. Does being in 2071 mean anything for synesthesia, the overlapping of two ideas in the brain? No, I can't feel the vibe of April 2071 or 2071 at all. Maybe it'll take a couple more days. Do you have any questions for yourself? What happens that makes time travel work? Ethically, you have to answer this. We don't have a full grasp yet, due to the theory we may actually be jumping to alternate realities rather than traveling through time. Of course, we're worried traveling too much will cause instability, but that's top secret stuff. Anyway, what we've done is collapse concentrated matter in on itself, creating a stable wormhole. When you travel through time, you aren't being pulled apart, then put back together. You actually travel quite a bit through space, but time doesn't move, so you're frozen as you travel. The rules of time travel are simple. We can't travel back to the second we left, or else an unstable black hole could open up on both ends. Traveling back 1 second after you left is risky as well, but seeing as you did this without my permission and nothing happened, consider yourself lucky, Erilyn said, resting her hand on her hip during that last sentence. Feeling bad about almost causing instability, I asked her a question out of light curiosity. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I asked. It's Elin. You've been pronouncing it Elin. That's okay, though. Names like mine became more common in the 2070s, she said. What year were you born in? I asked. 2073. I traveled back from 2101, she said. After that, things were pretty tame. Erilyn told me she was working on a classified gadget for the next day or so I had to be prepared for that. I decided to stay in the basement. It's safe to be down in the basement when quads are scavenging. I started to wonder what other creatures were out there. Honestly, I didn't want to know. I was hoping this experiment was almost over, so I wouldn't have to find out. I avoided looking it up on the internet, but what I couldn't avoid was something important Agent Daniels told me while he checked up on me. Erilyn, Agent Daniels, and I are going to the store. If any cult members arrive, let them do a quick inspection. I'm not a Knots creep, I just don't want any trouble with the sheriff. If we refuse to let members in for 1 hour, then we have 24 hours to let them in, or inspection, or the sheriff comes, he said. I understood. I didn't want to die before returning to my time, although it meant more invasiveness. I understand. So, the police have been brainwashed too, eh? I asked. Nah, it's not a police sheriff. The cults call him the sheriff. The cults angrily refer to this guy whenever they bring him up. We have to avoid getting in trouble with him, Agent Daniels said. I understood. From the sound of it, I didn't want to know what the sheriff was like. The cults themselves were creepy and retaliatory enough. After Erilyn and the agents went to the store, I took a little walk around the house, thinking about whatever I was interested in, trying to escape the reality outside. 5 minutes into it, I heard a knock at the door. It was a woman in a gray robe. I opened the door, hoping I could come up with something to say. The woman began the conversation. Hello, I'm a follower of the Max. Would you like me to inspect for any media contradicting Knots? She asked. Yes, please check. I exaggerated. I stood out of the way, letting the woman pass through. Please stand in the spot you're standing in while I inspect. Do not move an inch, she said as her face quenched. There were a lot of scientific gadgets in the basement. I thought she'd take issue with them, as the cult is like the small fraction of extremists in an otherwise tame religion. Except the Maxkala cult wasn't tame at all. My heart started beating faster. Science is pro-Knots. It preaches Knots' existence. I said pro-Knots? I probably sounded like I was trying to make this political. Oh, yes, science does prove Knots exists. This isn't a faith, dear, she said, checking the cupboards. It's the scientists who say Knots is abusing human rights. They're so negative. So they liked science, but disliked science. I hated that all of this was the norm. Random people checking things in your house without your permission. It was really a law in 2071. She walked into the living room. She looked at each picture in the living room for a few seconds. She checked each room, including all the closets. She muttered under her breath as she walked down the hallway. Don't look around at what I'm doing. You're not a spy, but if it turns out you are a spy from an Equator nation, you will be punished publicly, she said. My breaths got heavier. I didn't want to be mistaken for a spy, so I stared at the ceiling. She went down into the basement, spending 5 minutes down there before coming back up. All right, thank you. Please repeat after me. Knots is bigger than life, and his friends are here to protect us, she said. I brought myself to say it, but I'm not typing it out. It was too cringy, the fact I had to say that specific thing or else. What? I get electrocuted? Possessed? It was just a simple thing to say, though, so I just said it so there'd be no trouble. No one else was being threatened, so it was easy. Then she left right after. I was relieved. Some would rebel against those people. but I knew very well if you rebelled without any knowledge on how to rebel tactfully, your rebellion would fail. I started to think about the extent of all this Knots Order stuff. Most of the governments in the world in 2071 were led by Mexcala cultists. I looked up the Mexcala Assembly. The Mexcala Assembly is an organized group of governments led by the Mexcala cult, the main occultist group following the Mexcala Knots since 2064. For a government to consider itself to be a member of the Mexcala Assembly, a declaration must be passed through the Congress of each nation, making it official that the nation promotes the idea of the Mexcala Knots, both outwardly and inwardly towards its citizens. The Knots governments are unofficially called Mexcala councils. Each Knots government has made several tweaks to the constitutions of their own nations, allowing for a combination of the Mexcala cult and the state. That stuff resulted in religions being replaced with cults, the legalization of cult-like harsh punishments, and considering indoor cult member visits to be the opposite of trespassing. Moments later, Erilyn, Agent Edwards, and Agent Daniels returned to the house. They were talking about the multiverse theory. As they walked in, someone began to shout. It was coming from across the street.
I'm not repeating after you, you rotten bastard.
We all looked over at the house across the street. A man was shouting at the woman in the gray robe. She took out her phone, but then the guy threw it on the pavement.
I'm not dying today. Tell your cold crackheads to leave everyone alone.
I looked away. Let's not be thought of as spies, I said sarcastically. I didn't want to die, but the cultists were pushing the craziest things onto innocent people. I sided with the person rebelling against the cult member. I was powerless to do anything, however. Same with the person across the street. Agent Edwards closed the door. He had a devastated look on his face. I knew he'd break one day. I hope we don't lose him, he said. I began to wonder how long it took for that guy to break. I didn't want to break myself. I froze with a bit of dread for a few seconds there, until the three began talking. Don't worry, maybe this one can start a revolution, Agent Daniels said. It sounded hopeful, but it seemed like a very difficult idea. Then Erilyn said it. We have to be realistic here. One random person can't start a revolution. They die at a very specific time in a specific place as a last straw after a series of murders. It involves a whole bunch of people, Erilyn said. That was an interesting point. Sure, there were inspirational figures, but they all needed the reactions of other people to do anything. Agent Edwards agreed. True. Many people have done this, and all that's happened was the damn sheriff came to get them, and they were never seen again. If we get enough people, we can blow this whole Knots thing out of the water, he said. It would be a huge task, though. That's where Agent Daniels chipped in. We need everyone else to do that. Everyone else is afraid of them just as much as we are. The cultists can harm us. They have interdimensional backup all over the place that can possess us and turn us into things, he said. His conversation was too interesting and too optimistic for me to stop listening to it. Erilyn finished it with a big point, a point that made the dread return when she said it. Besides, we don't know how much of the military was brain-grabbed by Knots back in 2064. Everybody would need years of training in guerrilla warfare tactics to make any change, she said. After that conversation, I asked Agent Edwards if he ever witnessed anything the sheriff did. No. Anyone who sees the sheriff disappears. If you see him, you probably won't get to tell people what he even looks like, Agent Edwards said. It couldn't have been a big deal so long as you let the cult members in. You just have to feel creeped out that there's evil cult members in your home. Was it worth it? I hoped so. There was no use in rebelling since, as Agent Daniels and Erilyn put it, there's way too many Knots cultists everywhere. It would take a while, and many more deaths would occur without much training. He found out a lot of the time travel stuff from there. He told me human time travel is classified from the public. Microscopic time travel, however, was invented in 2046, then declassified in 2061. This declassification went for both the US and Canadian governments, as they agreed to work together on all scientific endeavors in 2039. During the rest of the day, I watched the agents on break. They were playing on a retro game console, which, of course, was just a copy of what I assumed the 13th generation gaming consoles would look like. They were playing a war game with the clearest graphics I'd ever seen. It looked like I was looking through a portal into another reality, one that mirrored this one. They played it for an hour before deciding to play on VR headsets. It was fun to watch them play. Government agents need breaks too. There was nothing else that really happened that day. Early that evening, when the sun came back out, Agent Edwards took me outside for a bit to watch the sand rovers slither around. Out there, he talked to me about a venomous snake as thin as a pen that puts you in a trance-like state for 1 year. Okay, maybe that was one notable thing. If the snake bites you on the hand, you get into a trance-like state where you can only move really slowly. You sleep for 2/3 of the day every day. You need to be fed and bathed and can't talk about anything else other than colors. It lasts for about a year. Chills ran down my spine as I thought of the idea. 1 year in a trance-like state where you can barely do or say anything. Apparently you do have moments of being normal, but they only last a few minutes before you fall back into the mind's numbness. It got Agent Daniels back in spring 2069. Finally came out of that trance in spring 2070. Agent Edwards said. After he finished telling me all about it, I realized I'd put my hands in my pockets at one point while he was telling me. I took them out. Erlyn did the same thing when I told her. Agent Edwards laughed. It's no joke, though. There's no treatment for it yet. He proceeded to kick the sand rovers around for a bit. It was a weird little habit. At one point, I felt a tugging at my leg. I looked down to see a sand rover on my right pant leg. It was an uncanny, squiggly mess of fish and tentacles. It was trying to climb up my leg. My stomach clenched. I gripped the railing to my right as hard as I could. I pushed the rover off of my leg with my left shoe. I brushed it aside. They're easy to kick, eh? Agent Edwards asked. What do the sand rovers do specifically other than fuse with your hand? I asked. Well, they assimilate you into a hive mind of sand rovers. The sand rovers don't have a lot of thinking patterns, though, so you get assimilated into nothing. Agent Edwards said. The sand rover crawled back onto my shoe. I kicked it off, then I kicked it away. It landed a meter away from me. At that point, I thought I was into kicking them too. It seemed unnecessary, though. I had chills being up close to these creatures. I decided to go back inside. There was another thing that bugged me. The song I heard the previous day, the one by the singer born in 2051. It was so cheesy and a bit creepy with the Knots appraisal, but it was stuck in my head. I needed to know others' opinions on it in order to feel less alone. I went to whatever video streaming service was big in 2071, then I searched for a review of the song. I found a review of the song by a seemingly popular music reviewer. He had 28 million subscribers. No, this isn't promo. He was born in the 2040s. The review video came out in March 2071. He thought the song was generic, production-wise, but he gave it a strong 10 because it praised Knots. Sometimes I can't decide if someone in 2071 is showing support for Knots because they're brainwashed or because if they don't show support for Knots, they get harassed. I was in the latter category. This music reviewer, though, he went on a 3-minute history lecture about Knots at the end of the video. He was either obsessed with Knots or he was obsessed with history and not getting punished. Again, latter category for me. At least there was someone I could relate to in 2071. Half an hour later, I got into a discussion with Agent Daniels about the current state of the US government. Of course, by current, I mean in 2071. I decided to read through a summary of the events in the US from 2022 through 2071. It was extremely rocky. More laws, more protests. Luckily, some stricter laws were overturned at one point. There were issues with the Electoral College around the 2040s. There was a good economic boom in the 2050s. Women's rights were at stake so much so that celebrities began to run for president more often. One celebrity who was born in the 80s won 2 big elections in the 2040s. She did a good job passing rights laws. I won't spoil who it was, though. Extreme conservative protest groups wanted nuclear power and motor vehicles to come back so badly that they economically held 6 world governments and 2 state governments hostage through cyber attacks. Then there's the cult stuff that started in the 2060s. I thought it was already pretty bad, but then I read some further details. Mex-Kala cult members carry 50% more firearms than the average American citizen. June 2068. 80% of religious buildings have been replaced with Mex-Kala Knots worship buildings. March 2068. Retro future scarce, the beginning of the destruction of old media. So many movies and TV shows were deleted because they took place sometime after June 2067 without depicting knots, as if anyone in the 80s or the 2010s knew what the 2060s would bring. That wasn't so bad, though, compared to people being punished. 2068 was the year the US was 90% led by Mex-Kala cultists. It was like an invasion. In May, Congress declared the United States to be a Mex-Kala nation, planning to fuse Mex-Kala Knots worship and the state together. In September, teachings about Knots entered the school curriculum. Every citizen was told to respect the Knots. Every citizen had to let cult members inspect their homes, and all media set after June 2067 was ordered to be destroyed. Punishments for non-compliance weren't disclosed by any Mex-Kala nation, although anyone punished would either start behaving very differently afterwards, only praising Knots, or they were never heard of again. It was likely they were being held hostage somewhere deep within the cult, probably made to work like a prisoner. The taser stuff was the only publicly revealed punishment. Any other punishments were kept under wraps. Slaros, quads, purlaws, etc. were all permitted to occupy wherever, whenever, to study the area. That night, I went to sleep in a ground floor bedroom. The blinds were closed, so no slaros or quads could see me. At midnight, I heard a rhythmic banging on the window. I jumped. That humanoid had stalked me, waiting for the perfect time to try to possess me again. The blinds were closed, so at least it couldn't see me, but it sounded like it was about to break through the window any second. Strong footsteps began thumping around in the bedroom on the other side of the hallway. It was one of the agents. They must have not closed their blinds, saw the humanoid, and got brainwashed to the point of pure agitation. I locked my door.
Daniels, what are you doing?
Agent Edwards shouted. There was another banging noise now. It was the window in the agent's bedroom. A big thud came from the room.
How'd you knock that thing over so easily?
Agent Edwards asked. The door was busted down. The thuds moved over towards the room I was in. I was breathing heavier again. I was frozen, anticipating the worst. There was an angry person with superhuman strength outside my room. The loud knocking on the window was still happening, too. I felt chills all over. The humanoid really stimulated my fear of the unknown. My door came down with a big thud. Agent Daniels stormed in, breathing heavily. He walked over to me. He picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. I was anticipating the worst even more. He stormed out into the hallway. I thought he was taking me to the basement, but then he took a right towards the front door. I began to try to break free from his grasp. He squeezed my torso in response. I almost fell unconscious. I shouldn't be stupid. This guy could kill me. Hey! Agent Edwards said. Agent Daniels stopped moving. I had a bit of room to move, so I started to squirm. Agent Daniels fell to the floor, taking me with him. What are you doing, Daniels? If you keep doing this, I'm gonna have to shoot you. Agent Edwards said. He's play fodder. Now it's his little crumb. Brainwashed with the snake, assimilate with the rovers. He'll be used as a weapon against the non-enlightened. Agent Daniels said in a low, gravelly voice. I didn't like the sound of any of that at all. The new owner's here, but there's more to come soon. New friends. He continued. New friends? So, more creatures? Those circular creatures that climb buildings were new, arriving about 4 years after Knots arrived. Also 2 years after Knots' friends arrived. There were already so many creatures. It was concerning that possessed Agent Daniels would suggest there's more of them to come. I felt a tightness in my chest I hadn't felt in a while at the thought of it. The loud banging returned, startling me. It was on the other side of the front door. Agent Edwards told me to hide in the basement. I sped down there as quickly as I could. While I was in the basement, I overheard Agent Daniels speaking in an unknown language. Not like tongues, though. It was a more steadily spoken one. The accent was a combination of Russian, Icelandic, and Canadian. He spoke for a few minutes, shouting louder with each passing sentence. Every time he moved, he got tased by Agent Edwards. At one point, he finally went quiet. He still tried to move, but he got tased each time. While he was quiet, I noticed there was a low, slithering noise right outside. It sounded like a bunch of demon snakes were hanging out outside the house. I felt more chills as the seconds went by. I tried to ease the chills by considering the sounds maybe coming from the Sands rovers. While it helped, I also began to wonder how aware of anything you could be after being assimilated into nothing but a Sand rover. My chest felt tight the more I realized I could become just like the assimilated if I wasn't careful. The next morning, I crept up the stairs. I opened the door to the basement. Agent Daniels was not lying anywhere near the front door, but there were indents in the floor the size of footprints, along with a cracked floor in the spot he fell. There was a light rainfall outside, which brought my attention to the yard. The grass was all ripped up from the ground. A couple of the sand creatures were moving a bit. They looked like they were trying to move, but couldn't. I walked back to the bedroom I tried to sleep in. The bedroom door was sitting up against the wall. The door had a couple big dents in it. One of them was pretty much a hole. Agent Edwards walked out of the bathroom. He noticed me.
Agent Daniels is asleep. He went back to his usual self a couple hours ago. Never seen anything like that happen before,
Agent Edwards said. I explained to Agent Edwards the banging on the window from a humanoid. I told him about the strategic brainwashing it uses to make people agitated beyond sanity. Agent Edwards tried to fix the bedroom doors. He got the hinges fixed, then he got the doors back up. While fixing, I asked him about the potential future. So, this future, it's pretty scary to live in, I said.
Yeah, I figured you'd think that. I'm still on edge about everything myself,
Agent Edwards said. Is it always going to be like this? Surely you have to know. Erlen's from 2101, I said. Agent Edwards paused. He gave me a blank stare.
Erlen doesn't want to tell us. That's okay, though. All she ever said was that she didn't escape 2101. She was just interested in this science stuff,
Agent Edwards said. He sighed.
You know, Agent Daniels, he was never evil before. I never saw him how he was last night. He was always a quieter agent, at least for as long as I knew him for. Something happens that made him quiet. It might give insight to your question,
Agent Edwards said. What happened? I asked.
Back when he was 36, which was back when he was a CIA agent working full-time, he went missing. It was until then I didn't know how bad things could get when an agent goes missing. Anyway, one morning, he disappeared without a trace. The government searched all over for him. I even contacted Russia and China, asking them if they knew where Agent Daniels went. There were some heated exchanges over the phone sometimes. It got to the point where I thought it was the last straw that would lead to another Cold War,
Agent Edwards said as he started to continue to fix the door. So, what happened? I asked.
The CIA planned to replace him, but then he came in for work the next day. He was badly bruised and had cuts and scars all over his body. He barely talked much after returning. He was questioned. When they asked him where he went, he said he went somewhere different. A place he couldn't recognize, filled with all kinds of horrifying creatures. He claimed some of the creatures looked exactly like the ones in his nightmares. They'd always harass him,
Agent Edwards said. My first thought was he went to the future of this future. At least that's what it sounded like. I kept listening.
DNA tests were done on him, revealing new strands of DNA never discovered before. Most of the strands couldn't even be analyzed. The CIA kept the mysterious DNA contents classified, so I can't tell you more about them. Anyway, the CIA had trouble tracing the exact way Agent Daniels disappeared. Daniels only remembered waking up in a dark, gray wasteland one morning. Then a couple months later, he went through some sort of slip, bringing him back to his own kitchen on the morning he returned to work,
Agent Edwards said. That gave me chills. You're living your life, then you end up going through a slip, traveling through another reality or the future, where everything is filled with creatures that harass you day and night. At least my situation was controlled. After he returned, he wanted a job at NASA, but he didn't have a high enough prerequisite to get in. He was welcomed into a scientific part of the US government, though. Agent Edwards said. When did he move here? I asked. In 2063. He got nervous about the place he lived in. He was afraid he'd end up in that place again. So he moved to Winnipeg. His relocation was considered a part of anomalous witness protection. He was restationed in the classified scientific portion of the Canadian government. Then the cults started popping up. Agent Edwards said. It was interesting to hear what Agent Daniels went through. I thought it was important too, but I felt like I needed more information. Did he have any idea what year it was when he was in that place filled with creatures out of his nightmares? I asked. Apparently, infrastructure was non-existent. Trees and bushes had grown over every building. Many buildings had crumbled, and trees had grown in their place. He ventured through miles of unrecognizable dead towns, not coming across anyone at all. He did see lights in the sky, but he chalked them up to delusion. Certain things he saw in the sky he couldn't comprehend. Agent Edwards said. Was Knots there? Or any Slaros or Quads? I asked. Agent Edwards' eyes widened. No, he didn't see anything that we've seen so far. That's the scary part. New creatures. He did say more creatures were coming when he was possessed last night. And no, he didn't know what year, decade, or even century he'd traveled to. Agent Edwards said. Everything he said was chilling. If the place Agent Daniels slipped into was our future, then that's horrifying to think about. After explaining all of that to me, Agent Edwards went to eat breakfast. I joined him. Agent Daniels awoke, joining us.
You guys look stressed.
Agent Daniels said.
Yeah, because you turned into a raging demonic superhuman that tried to do who knows what to our traveler here.
Agent Edwards said.
Okay, I thought we said no jokes about stuff that's too serious.
Agent Daniels said. Agent Daniels had no recollection of trying to feed me to the creatures. Agent Edwards talked to him about it all morning, telling him about the white-faced humanoid with 4 pupils. Erilyn came upstairs, having had no experience of the last night due to having slept through it. She was hesitant about the idea the humanoid had followed us. There was another thing on her mind, though. You guys know if the guy across the street let the cultists inspect? She asked.
No, but those cultists are creepy anyway. The sheriff's probably just a standard cop,
I said. I guess we have 2 hours to find that out then, Erilyn said. After breakfast, Agent Edwards went off to work while Agent Daniels played his virtual reality racing game. I was looking at internet post threads of predictions about the future from the 2000s, 2010s, and 2020s. I sighed whenever I read an optimistic prediction, especially optimistic predictions about the 2060s and the 2070s. Around 11 a.m., I decided to hang out with Agent Daniels. As I walked into the living room, I looked out the porch door. There was a thick fog outside. However, the weather didn't mention any fog at all. Agent Daniels took off his VR headset.
What's going on?
He asked.
This machine's glitching like crazy.
I told him I didn't know what was going on. I stared at the fog out the window. It was moving quickly. It then began to take on a red tint. Agent Daniels stood up to look at what I was looking at. The fog turned bright red.
The damn sheriff,
Agent Daniels whispered to himself. I went into the bedroom. It was red there, too. I walked up to the blinds, slowing down as I got more nervous. I peeked through the blinds. The red fog was too thick to see anything. I was about to look away when I heard a low, rumbling noise. The house began to vibrate. The rumbling wasn't coming from the ground, though.
It was coming from the street. The whirling sound of wind got louder as the seconds went by. A gust of wind slammed into the window, making already existing cracks a tiny bit worse. The rumbling noise kept going in the same tone for a few minutes. It started to unsettle me. I didn't know what I was about to see. The sheriff really was a big deal, but what even was the purpose of him doing that? Was that just his entrance, I wondered. The fog began to clear, but there were still some thick pockets of fog scattered around. A tall silhouette moved into the thinner fog. It had to have been the sheriff. He was thin and barely shaped like a human. Even though I could only see his silhouette, he was unnerving to look at. My stomach tightened to the point I couldn't look at him any longer. I closed the blinds. I was about to walk away from the window when I got distracted by the sound of shattering glass coming from across the street. A man shouted.
What's happening? Maggie?
It was the man who lived across the street, the one who rebelled yesterday. After some seconds of silence, he began to scream. A few seconds in, his scream turned animalistic and uncanny. I felt weirded out by the animalistic scream, so I covered my ears. 15 seconds later, the screaming turned into muttering. I uncovered my ears. Even though I wasn't looking out the window, I could feel the stronger, sinister presence of the sheriff. It was as if he was out for me, too. It felt as if it was waiting for me. I felt nervous, dread. I felt as if the sheriff was about to grab me through the window at any second. I wanted to move, but I had the idea that if I did, that's when he'd burst through the window. I was frozen. A minute later, I heard the sound of a garage door opening. The sound of a car starting followed. Someone was trying to escape the house across the street. Seconds later, light crunching sounds started coming from the area where the car was. Seconds after, a loud crashing noise filled the air. I ducked below the window at the startling sound. A few moments later, I looked back out the window. The fog was getting thinner. The house across the street began to be easier to see. A more human-looking silhouette ran out from the garage. They were shrieking. They were rebelling, but I couldn't tell if they had anything on the sheriff. As the person ran, inaudible whispers began to fill the air. They filled the surrounding area, even echoing in the distance. There was another inhuman scream. I shivered. It lasted a few seconds before going silent. The sheriff moved through a thinner area of fog again. He was still scary to look at. I could tell I wouldn't want any trouble with him. He did something that made people scream animalistically. He was also able to toss cars as if they were nothing. When the fog began to clear up, I could clearly see the house across the street. The low rumbling got louder again. I trembled a bit. A patch of thick red fog formed down the street. It stayed there for a few seconds before all the surrounding thin fog began to turn white. A few seconds later, the thick patch of fog disappeared. The rumbling stopped. The sinister presence was gone. The thin white fog took an extra minute to disappear. When it did, everything outside was fully visible. The house across the street no longer had windows or window frames. A flattened car sat near the back of the garage beside the house. The sheriff was no longer around. Neither was the house's owner. Neither was the person who tried to drive away. I noticed something, though. A small black thing that looked like a rock was sitting on the doorstep of the house. I stared at it for a few seconds. It wasn't a rock. It started moving down the walkway. There was a squirminess to its body as it moved. It couldn't be, I thought. The squirmy creature took a right onto the grass. It began to dig itself into the ground. My heart sank. Sand rovers are people. Agent Daniels walked into the room.
Hey,
He said, startling me like no tomorrow.
you see anything? If this stuff is too scary for you, you can hide in the basement. We can't force you to witness this kind of stuff.
Agent Daniels said. "The Sand Rovers are people," I said to him. It was hard to me to say it as I began to shiver. My nerves began to flip out in general. There was nothing much I had to say anyway. "People?" Agent Daniels asked. I explained it to him the best I could. The people across the street opened their door. The sheriff got to them and made them scream animalistically. Then the fog went away. The Sand Rovers are the people. Mr. Daniels, Agent Daniels, I said. Agent Daniels walked over to the window. He pulled back the blinds. I told him the Sand Rover already dug itself into the ground. He walked out of the room. I couldn't help but follow him. He walked into the kitchen. There, he took some light green rubber gloves out of a box. He put them on, then he walked out the front door. I followed him outside, curious as to what he was doing. There were a dozen Sand Rovers roaming around on the ground. He looked at each of them for a few seconds. At one point, he picked one up, much to my nerves. He stared at it for a minute. "Bill," he said. No, this was too messed up. The sheriff comes and turns people into assimilated, brainwashed ground creatures that assimilate anyone that can bite on the hand. How aware were those people? How much did they realize they were in that state? I wasn't going to ask who Bill was. Agent Daniels had gone through enough. I told Erilyn about the Sand Rovers. She thought it was an interesting theory, though as interesting as she thought it was, she had a confused, dead look on her face for the following hour. She didn't want to believe the Sand Rovers were people either. I was positive they were, though. So was Agent Daniels, who brought inside the Sand Rover he was holding. He put it in a cardboard box to keep it contained. He stared at it for 2 hours without moving. When Agent Edwards came back home, we told him about the potential discovery. "I guess I'm not stomping on those anymore," he said. We focused on our hobbies for the rest of the day. I tried not to think too much about the discovery, as thinking about it all made my mind race with existential thoughts. I planned to ask Erilyn for the computer again at 3 p.m. It would probably be cooled down by then. It was quite the day and a half. I'm still not settled in yet. I don't think I'll ever be. All I have to do is survive until Erilyn's experiment is done. I can't tell you what I'm afraid of more. The sheriff being turned into a mindless Sand Rover, Slaros, Quads, Perlos, or Knots himself. It's going to be a wild adventure. Wait, we just got some news from down the street. A group of people took down a Slaro. Holy shit. Some more stuff about my time spent in 2071 that I typed up in the Notepad app on my phone. It hadn't made it to the news yet. Agent Edwards was the one who got confirmation. An unspecified group, a group of militants or secret agents, had successfully brought down a Slaro. Possibly even a Quad, too. Agent Edwards told me he was taking me on a drive to go see it, but he also said something about not wanting to be tracked. He set his phone on the table. He told me my phone was fine because it was too ancient to be tracked in 2071. The Slaro was taken down a couple miles east of the city. I was kind of excited about it, but I was also nervous. What happens when one of Knots' creatures is taken down? Do the cult members stand guard? Does the army come? Both. I was shaking a tiny bit. I knew I was about to find out. Luckily, we hit all the green lights, so no creepy cult members looked into the car. None of them even looked in the direction of the car. They were on their phones while talking to each other. Their faces were red with anger. "I hope we make it in time," Agent Edwards said. Outside of Winnipeg, I was looking around for the downed Slaro. Eventually, I saw it. About half of the Slaro was sitting up against a lineup of trees. The underbelly was gray. All the bumps were shriveled. There was a thin ooze covering the entire area. All over the grounds, all over the trees, there was a color I'd never seen before. A cold color, somewhere close to purple, but
It glowed like light green. Agent Edwards didn't slow down. He was only driving by it to capture video footage of it on a dash cam. It was gross. The other parts laid on the ground behind it, on top of the ooze, which was leaking out of each part. I was wondering what was going to happen next. A seemingly strong creature we were all afraid of was destroyed. As we continued driving east, I noticed a lineup of a few dozen cult members on each side of the road, walking in the direction of the dead Sloro. Then I saw another lineup. The military. 3 jeeps, 2 barracks trucks filled with soldiers, and 2 tanks passed by us, going in the other direction. It wasn't a normal military, though. Mexcala Council Armed Forces was written on the side of the barracks.
This is the first time this has happened. They're preparing for the worst, or the best in our case,
Agent Edwards said. He pressed a button on the dashboard.
Quick, take the dash cam and hide it. They're going the cover-up route,
he said. I took the dash off the dashboard. I held it, wondering where I could put it. I looked up at the mirror. A car with black-tinted windows was behind us, getting closer each second. I shoved the dash cam under my pocket. Agent Edwards stopped on the side of the road. He knew he had to. The car behind us pulled over right behind us. A man in a white suit walked out. He was dressed more like Agent Edwards than a cult member. The man knocked on the car window. I took tiny breaths through my nose in order to calm myself down, but to also not appear to be nervous. Agent Edwards took out his badge, then he rolled the window down.
Agent Edwards,
he said, showing the man his badge.
Agent Roscoe,
the man said.
You have any idea what you just drove past?
He asked.
I mistook the message. Sorry, Roscoe. I assumed it went down in the north,
Agent Edwards said.
All right, then. Who's this?
He said.
This is a non-enlightened person who I'm taking special duty in making sure he's enlightened,
Agent Edwards said.
All right. Anyway, I swore there was a dash cam on your dashboard, but that's okay. I'll be out, Roscoe said. Good day, Agent.
Agent Edwards said. He rolled the window up. We kept driving east. Agent Edwards wanted to get the footage back home as a sort of backlash against the cover-up, so we could get footage out of Knotz's creatures failing. Only problem was, Agent Roscoe was still behind us. Of course, he could just be traveling the same way. There were no intersections for miles. When Agent Edwards took a right, Agent Roscoe took the same right. We stopped at a Tim Hortons. Roscoe parked near us without getting out of his car. Agent Edwards concluded he was following us to make sure I was going to be punished. He wanted to see it. My heart sank. I didn't know how I was going to get out of this. Roscoe was probably staring at me through the other side of his tinted windshield. When he continued to drive, Roscoe followed behind us. An hour into this, Agent Edwards took a right into the forest. He drove up a trail for a few minutes before stopping. After a few minutes, Agent Edwards got out of the car to look down the trail. No Roscoe. We waited 30 minutes before Agent Edwards decided to drive back down the trail. Roscoe was nowhere on the trail or on the road in front of the trail. I was able to breathe softer. But then, a girl and a guy with brown hair, both around my age, walked onto the exit. They stood in front of the car, both pointing taser sticks at us. I started breathing heavier again. Agent Edwards got out of the car to ask them what was up. Tell your friend to get out of the car too. We can tase the car with him in it, electrocuting him, the girl on the left said.
You're gonna have to get out of the car,
Agent Edwards said to me. I got out of the car.
Hands up, dude,
the guy on the right said. I put my hands up. Agent Edwards, you told an agent you had special permission to enlighten this guy. He found out you didn't have any special permission at all, the girl said.
We understand you want to enlighten yourself, but enlightening is a group effort,
the guy said.
What are your names? Who are you? I punished him already. You don't have to,
Agent Edwards said. My last name is Teresi, the girl said.
My last name's Lindell,
the guy said. We watched over you to make sure you punished him. Talking to him isn't punishment, Teresi said. Agent Edwards looked at me, almost teary. I started shaking. Teresi told us to follow them into the forest. I almost tripped as I began to walk, as my knees felt numb. Teresi walked behind us while Lindell walked in front of us, leading us to a small building the size of a shed. I was surrounded by a dozen other people. They all looked around my age, 18 to 22. A couple guys pointed at me while talking amongst each other. A couple people cringed while side-eyeing me.
Well, here they are,
Lindell said. Everyone, we're going to show Agent Edwards over here how to enlighten properly, Teresi said. The others nodded their heads. My heart was sinking. I looked around, waiting for someone to help me. Agent Edwards couldn't do much. With a dozen people and the weird sticks that looked like guns sitting around, Agent Edwards stood no chance getting me away from these people.
Oh, look, he's scared.
A guy my age with blonde hair said. All the others, except for Agent Edwards, repeated the guy's moans sarcastically. Oh, they all said. Poor thing. Two more added. First comes tasing, then education about knots, then the destruction of any personal items that are present. Then there's the new heat therapy, above-the-waist roughhousing, summoning monolithin, then some warnings, Teresi said. This was the second time I heard of monolithin. Though they mentioned it passively, it was familiar. Whatever it was to be summoned by a cult. It was nothing good. Knots is larger than life, the one to look up to. Everyone must be enlightened. Everyone said in unison. They repeated it 3 times. My nerves got worse. For some reason, the punishments didn't seem as scary as the obsessiveness of the cult at large. They are so committed, it's creepy. The cult was more about being pushy. Education isn't a punishment, but brainwashing people to follow knots was scarier than punching people in the stomach. Education, reminders, rituals, and warnings are the most important to us, Teresi said to Agent Edwards. Education, reminders, rituals, and warnings are the most important, the cult members said. They all repeated that in unison 3 times as well. It was a bit creepy.
You're getting all the education about knots you need. Don't you worry. When we're done with you, you'll be like Sam over there. Once an oppositionist, now he's enlightened,
another cult member said. Sam, after being lightly poked by the guy next to him, recited the 2 repeated woes the group had just repeated. We promised him eternal peace, so long as he only openly looked up to knots, she continued. I didn't want my whole life to be that way, even if I only had to pretend to praise knots. Teresi told me to stand in the middle of the circle everyone was standing in. The cult members passed taser sticks to each other. I guessed the tasers were more of a show of strength. They didn't sound as bad as the other punishments did, but the cult members must have liked to start off soft, then build the torture up. A girl across from me began to walk over to me. While walking conceitedly, she pressed a button on the taser stick. The stick started to buzz. Explosions rocked the trees around us, startling me. Fireballs erupted from left to right all around, above us. The booming sounds started everywhere else, too, causing most of them to drop their taser sticks. The top halves of the trees around us fell down around us. The cult members ran as the trees behind them fell to the ground. Gray darts latched onto all the cult members in seconds. The darts caused them all to stop moving. They all fell to the ground. They weren't dead, though, as their eyes were moving from left to right. They were stunned. Agent Edwards and I were left standing. Agent Edwards told me to run as he began to run towards the trail. I ran behind him. We ran down the trail, back towards the car. My heart was beating fast. I didn't know what was going on at all. A couple people were standing at the end of the trail. They weren't wearing gray robes, but I still felt like sinking into the ground.
You 2 are safe with us,
one of them shouted. As I ran, sirens began blaring from behind me. The 2 people told Agent Edwards and I to follow them. Someone shouted behind me.
You aren't escaping from enlightenment.
Agent Edwards and I ran past the car we arrived in. Right after we ran past it, a loud bang happened behind us. The car exploded. The explosion pushed Agent Edwards and I to the ground. I couldn't hear for about 20 seconds. When my hearing cleared up, the siren was still blaring. The two mystery people had picked us up off the ground. I could barely focus on what they looked like with everything that was happening. My heart was pounding. I was scared I was about to die right there. The two mysterious people carried us into a gray van. They set us down beside two other people, then they shut the doors. The van sped off, almost throwing me sideways into the person beside me. After taking a few minutes to think about what happened, the guy sitting to the left of Agent Edwards spoke. "You two are lucky we ran into you. We're Opposition 5, he said. I still wasn't able to find what words to say next. The woman sitting beside me chuckled. "We're going to get you back to safety," she said.
Who are you? Who exactly do you work with?
"We work with ourselves. We're kind of secret. Only a few people in the Canadian and US governments know about us. We're funded by government agents we knew before the brainwash. 10 to be exact. With their help, we have a stable, stealthy group," she said.
Why do you need us?
Agent Edwards asked.
We wanted to save you, tell you what we set out to do, mostly because we needed connection to another agent.
The man on Agent Edwards' right said. It looked like they knew Agent Edwards was around. I'm glad I was with him.
We're going to bring down each group of cult members, along with every Slaro, every quad, everything. But it's going to take a lot of work,
the man to my right said.
You're the group that took down the Slaros?
I asked. They all nodded their heads. "Yeah, that was us. Over the last couple of years, we've been making our own weapons. All we had to do was study the creature's DNA, find out how to destroy it, then make weapons designed to successfully destroy them," the woman said.
The weapons are very limited, however. Takes months to make them. Creatures aren't very accessible either. Regular weapons barely work,
the man with gray hair said. I noticed the man looked very familiar, but I couldn't place who I was being reminded of. He was clearly the oldest in the group, probably the boss.
You good?
He said. "Yeah," I said. I looked away. I swear it looked like he was thinking the same thing, but it could have just been a bias.
I need to make sure you people are undercover Knots cult members,
Agent Edwards said. The members showed Agent Edwards their badges. I was a Navy SEAL back in the 2050s. I got all my connections from there. I would never be a cult member, though. Knots can back the hell off, the woman said.
Are you people afraid of him?
Agent Edwards asked.
We're terrified of him. We just gotten used to the flight response. Nowadays we're in fight mode. Fighting is our new reaction to fear,
the man to Agent Edwards' left said. They introduced themselves. The woman to my left was Alexis, age 40. The man to Agent Edwards' right was Mike, age 47. The man to Agent Edwards' left, the familiar one, was Alexander, age 70. The man to my right was Luke, age 53. The person driving was Andrea, age 51. They said their ages, too, as some sort of identification. As we were driving, there was a lingering fear that at any moment, cult members could take us off the road with a van of their own, or worse, the Knots military caught up with us. My chest felt tight, my thoughts were racing. I did the meditation stuff again, but it was difficult to do since the threat was real. I still had the dash cam under the side of my pants. Agent Edwards wanted it back at one point. I asked him about it. He told everyone he got dashcam footage of the dead Slaro as a retaliation against the cover-up. I asked him what the cover-up was.
The Mexicala Council in this county shut off all media reporting coming out of the Winnipeg area after they learned the Slaro was killed, he said.
Mike complains the military service isn't in the news either, as the cults didn't want to be seen being defeated. I got shook at the sound of a car passing by. I asked if it was the military. Andrea said it wasn't. The plan was to drive the long way around Winnipeg to get back to the farmhouse, but the military was keeping watch of the city. As we moved, I heard a couple more cars pass by. I never got nervous at the sound of cars before. Any passing car could be some cult member coming after me. In the middle of the ride back, Alexander tried to lift the mood by telling us about a couple mystery songs from possibly the 2010s that were recorded back in the 2010s. Then the recording was kept throughout the decades, being put online in the 2060s. It's theorized the songs were lost after the cyber attack, which was the cyber attack that happened in the 2050s that erased a couple of big websites. The discussion reminded me of the 80s new wave or post-punk song that had the same story, but between the 1980s and the 2000s, the most mysterious song. I asked the crew if they had ever heard of it. Most of them had never heard of it, but Alexander did. Before he could get into it, the van shook. I was in a small space that could be ripped open by an antagonistic cult at any second. I was anxious. I got more anxious after the car bumped the back of the van again. That better not be the cult. I want to tell them to back off so badly, but I know they'll kill me for it. Freaks, Alexis said.
We don't know how to face a whole army yet, but we'll get there,
Alexander said. Agent Edwards was happy with the group. He told them about how he was within the only third of the government that wasn't brainwashed by Knots in 2064. He mentioned having to make sure he doesn't get harassed by brainwashed agents. He pretends to praise Knots as an escape. He said being promised eternal peace for praising Knots was scary. Alexander told him the group is there to help. I was glad there was at least one somewhat successful revolutionary group so far within this whole mess. The van shook again. We're being followed, Andreas said.
Any lead on who?
Alexander asked. It's a car with tinted windows, Andreas said. The van shook as the car bumped into it again. I thought we were done for, that it was the military following us. We were all about to be captured, forced to follow Knots, or else jail time, or we get turned into slimy, squirmy creatures. My mind was racing. I was sweating a bit while feeling dread. This experiment was a bad idea. I didn't ask for this cult stuff, or all these messed up creatures. 2071's too horrifying, I said. Agent Edwards explained to them that I am a time traveler who was taken from 2022 to 2071 for an experiment, one I still don't completely understand. He made sure they knew I had only experienced the 2000s, 2010s, 2020 to 22s, and about 3 days of April 2071. They were respectful about it, not comparing time periods in a negative way as if one had to be like another to be good. Instead, they said they didn't know much about the time period, describing it as terror attacks and the rise of the internet. I could barely remember the rest of what they said as the car following us began to push itself against the back of the van, causing the van to vibrate. Each time that car hit the van, my thoughts got more hopeless. I began to decide the scary future was the way things were going to be. I was going to be in fear for the rest of my life because of killer creatures and creepy groups of cults. After we turned onto another road, the car bumped into us again. At that second, my reaction to fear turns to fight. I wasn't going to let myself get captured by the cult again. I knew we all do dumb things when we're afraid, but my nerves were too chaotic at that moment. That sinking feeling went on for long enough. I asked Alexander if there was an EMP device we could throw at the car. He told me there wasn't such a device. My mind was racing. What was there to do? I recalled the stun darts. How about the stun darts? I asked. We need him to show his face, at least. We can try, but we need to be sure there's only one car behind us, Alexis said. I lied and told Roscoe I was enlightening the traveler. It could just be one car. Let's do it, Alexander said. Alexis took out a dart gun. She opened the back doors of the van while keeping the gun behind her. She waved out to the driver. He waved back. Alexis pointed the stun gun towards his upper arm, then fired. A dart hit his hand. The car bumped into the van. Alexis stumbled into the car right before it slowed down. I'll catch up, Alexis said. Mike closed the doors to the van. We arrived at the farmhouse. As we all got out of the van, I told the others to watch out for the Sand Rovers. They're people, I said. We know. We lost some friends to the sheriff before, Luke said as he walked by me. Also, to you and Edwards, we're called Opposition 5. We're glad to help. Inside, we all settled down in the living room. Alexander told me about the history of Opposition 5.
When the cult started to pop up in September of 2063, I was already putting down my previous group, which was a group that worked closely with NASA and included 6 members.
Things got too boring. No world issues came up for a couple decades, and I was getting old. During 2064, there was clearly something up with all the cults. After Knots arrived and per law business started up, I formed Opposition 5. We've spent the past year and a half learning whatever tactics we needed to know to escape cults and fight creatures, he said.
The last group we had was interesting. You still should have kept it together, Luke said.
Pre-Knots era issues aren't relevant anymore. You're all perfect as a group anyway. Alexis being an ex-Navy SEAL who partook in mock battles, Luke being the scientist he was until the cults barred him from studying any of the creatures, Andrea being a psychologist in case we need one, and Mike. We needed all the help we could get, Alexander said.
I know I wasn't part of the government for that long, but I helped with the budget from all those stock market wins back in the 2060s, Mike said. I still find it ironic that you invested in Nova Search, the cult's censorship land, won hundreds of thousands of dollars, and are now using that money to fund a group going against the cults and the creatures, Andrea said. Yeah, I had to do something with that money, Mike said.
How did you all meet up?
Agent Edwards asked.
We were all connected through the government. I already knew Mike from Aurora, Ontario. Then he got bit by some weird mosquito. The government took him in for testing. There, he befriended me. Luke was looking for someone who wasn't a cult member. He found me through well, I can't say it out loud because it's classified, but it's a scientific part of the Canadian government. Anyway, as for Andrea and Alexis, they were always friends. Alexis served in the U.S. Navy during the 2050s, as was mentioned, and Andrea was trained and recruited. They're both from America, the rest of us from Canada, Alexander said.
And Alexis brought that humanoid back with her, Andrea said.
What's this humanoid demon? Is it like the ones up here?
Agent Edwards asked. It has a purple head, 3 eyes, and very sharp teeth on its lips. Sharp nails. It followed me from California. Back there, it would pound on my window over and over again. It really wanted to possess me, Andrea said. I didn't think there'd be different variations of the humanoids. That one, based on its description alone, gave me the chills. It made me want to escape from this future even more. As Alexis spoke, she always said it had been following her since 2070. It was April 2071. Those things don't stop. As the group continued talking, I learned more about day-to-day life in other places in this hell. It was all the same. There were different variations of humanoids, yes, but Knots put stock in a reasonable amount of creatures. The interesting thing, though, was the brain hold. The brainwashing of billions of people, which started 4 years before Knots arrived. It somehow had a great enough influence that it affected things before it arrived or happened. Apparently, Andrea kept some recordings of her psychology sessions over the years before she quit due to all the Knots-worshipping pushiness. She played me the first Knots-related one. She still has the audio recordings of her sessions from the time. She let me listen to the first Knots-related one. October 23rd, 2063. Patient.
I feel like he's going to be real, and everyone will obey him. It'll be huge.
Andrea.
So you believe a big thing with arms will come out of the sky? That's kind of nonchalant. He's a bit more than just a thing with arms. He's like a god or something.
Andrea told me the guy stopped talking about his other issues and interests. He only talked about Knots during his sessions. A couple sessions later, he stopped coming. Speaking to Alexis after we had a big dinner, in which I barely ate anything due to nerves about the humanoids, there was a knock at the door. Agent Edwards went to open it. It was Alexis, but some other people were behind her. We have to go. That car that was following us, it wasn't just Agent Roscoe. There was another person. They poked me with a taser, then retook the car. The cult is here, she said. I wanted her to be kidding, but she wasn't. A deep, soft voice called out to us.
The house goes down in 10 minutes. You offenders are coming with us.
Alexis told us we had to pack and leave. Ireland hadn't come up the entire time. I ran down to the basement. She was still working on whatever classified device she wanted to use with me. I explained to her the whole Opposition 5 business. They rescued Agent Edwards and I from the cults, but the cult managed to follow us. The cult is here, now. They're telling us to leave in 10 minutes. They said they're going to bring the house down. I said. I could barely speak due to the dread of me anticipating the worst. Opposition 5. I fund them. They rescued you and the cult followed you. Okay, go with them. They'll get you away from the cult members. I'm going to stay here in the bunker. It won't be destroyed. It could survive a nuclear blast. But don't tell them I'm down here. I'll text Agent Edwards. Erilyn said. I could barely react with words due to how tight I felt. But I did what she said. They'd get me away from the cult members again. I still had my worries. I was new to Opposition 5. I didn't know that much about them, but I had to go with them. Erilyn gave me a vest to put on. I didn't think much about what kind of vest it was. I walked upstairs. Agent Edwards told Opposition 5 to reveal his location. He grabbed the cardboard box Agent Daniels was staring into earlier and sped downstairs. I closed the door behind him. A few seconds later, I heard what sounded like a door, but coming from the stairs. A staircase cover was closing up. I couldn't feel anything else other than heat and trembling nerves. I walked out the door with Opposition 5. All the cult members from earlier were there. Worse, 3 tanks were parked on the other side of the street. A dozen soldiers with jellyfish symbols on their hats were pointing guns right at us. I don't think I blinked at all, or felt any part of me move as I walked outside. Alexis led me and the other 4 to an armored truck parked on the road. EE, Enlightenment Enforcement, was written on the side. I walked slowly, shaking as I moved. Them having an Enlightenment Enforcement agency creeped me out a bit more. The cult members moved out of the way for us. 2 men in gray suits with Enlightenment Enforcement written on them opens the back doors of the truck. The 6 of us got into the truck. I sat down by a window facing the house. A minute later, Teresi and Lindell walked out of the house. All the cult members turned around in unison to face them. They walked over to the side of the house, where they were greeted by another cult member. Teresi, Lindell, and the other cult members each picked up a white gun. The guns looked different from the ones I saw in 2071 so far. The 3 pulled the trigger, sending flames onto the farmhouse. Every cult member clapped in unison as the flames began to cover most of the house. A minute later, explosions blew the windows out, along with parts of the walls. Teresi, Lindell, and the other girl were each smiling as they torched the house down. As the house began to crumble, they let go of the triggers. The cult members all clapped in unison again. I didn't think they were so committed that they'd erase everything that had to do with people who acted against them. The truck began to move. I need to know the next move, I said.
There's no way we'll be able to take them all down. The Nazi army will shoot all of us, Alexander said.
We have a plan. This will be an example of the Mexcala cult's many wrongdoings. Letting the enemy make themselves look bad is one way to protest, Andrea said. When do we start? I asked.
Well, first we hit them in their weak spot. If you praise not enough, their obsessive bias will kick in. You praise the thing they like you back. Andrea pointed that out to us, Alexander said.
Yes, but we have to do enough praising. Singing alone probably wouldn't work after our attack. Not that it takes a psychiatrist to figure that out, though, Andrea said. That idea was hopeful, but I was still shaking. I was probably going to a prison in the times when cult members had invaded most legislatures. The dark times of 2064 to 2071, the prisons in these times were likely terrible. We drove into town where soldiers hung out with the cultists in gray robes on every street corner. Tanks were parked in the parking lot of every complex. It looked like there was an event going on in a superstore parking lot. A dozen soldiers and a dozen gray-robed cultists were standing in front of a group of 24 people. The 24 people were reading stuff on tablets.
I've had the covering this up, too, Alexander said.
I checked the news before we left. Nothing about Winnipeg or anything close was in the news. Instead, the Knots councils are pushing the new circle creatures that climb buildings, Mike said. I didn't want to hear about those things. I was almost harassed by one of them, I said. We arrived at the prison. We were going to prison, but the others weren't. I decided they were just the everyday people who had to camp out on the sidewalk at night. I don't blame them. We were escorted out of the truck, then into the middle of the parking lot where 2 men in gray suits were standing still. When we get inside, we'll check you for weapons and personal belongings, the man on the right said. Were they really going to let them take their weapons? They had no way out as soldiers were standing on the sidewalk, guns drawn.
Should we sing praise for the Knots first?
Later, the other man said.
Why wait to praise Knots?
Alexander asked. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? You attacked our brothers. You're going to be in prison for the next 10 years. In there, you will be educated about Knots and his... You know what we call them, right? He asked.
Friends,
Alexander said. Correct. Good. Anything else? The other man asked. How often do you get to see the Slaros and the Little Perlaws? Andrea asked. Why are you asking this after you attacked your brothers? We wanted to get our little friend here from a cult. There is an agent who's ready to take him from here, Andrea said. Oh, he was being enlightened, the man in gray on the right asked. He called someone on his phone. A minute later, he put his phone back into his pocket. All right, you 5, not the young one. You're getting checked. Young one, an agent's on their way to pick you up. Agent Edwards, the man continued. As the Opposition 5 members were being led to the door of the prison, Agent Edwards pulled up in a car. Erilyn and Agent Daniels were in there too. The 3 got out of the car. They walked over to us. All right, we're going to do a quick Knots routine, Erilyn said. Quick routine, she said to the men in gray. Agent Edwards and Agent Daniels stood beside the lineup of 5 soldiers. They both drew their guns towards the Opposition 5, but they weren't rifles. They were stun guns. Erilyn told Opposition 5 to reveal their weapons. The 5 took out their stun guns. Stun guns must be the default priority in 2071. Take position, she continued. I was confused by this. It seemed more like Opposition 5 were preparing to do K-pop choreography with the way they were told to stand. The men in gray lifted their eyebrows in confusion as well. Erilyn told me to get back into the car. I walked to the car, trying to understand what Erilyn had planned for Opposition 5, but then a strange thought popped into my head. What is an operation? I sat in the passenger seat of the car, watching Opposition 5 get into their poses. Vests? Erilyn asked. The Opposition 5 members nodded their heads, yes. Now, Erilyn said. I saw the lineup of soldiers go down. The men in gray suits fell too. The members of Opposition 5 pulled the triggers of their guns. All the guards around fell. Mike didn't have a gun drawn, but a grenade-like weapon. He tossed it at the door of the prison. Erilyn ran back to the car. She hopped in. Agent Edwards and Agent Daniels hopped in as well. This was insane. How were they going to do this without being blown up, without me dying? This was a bit much. I was in freeze and flight mode at the same time. I dug my head down in between my legs. I was hyperventilating at this point. I tried to calm myself down by breathing, but everything was going too fast. Alexis and Mike climbed up on top of the car. Erilyn took a sharp right turn up the little road going up the street. She took a sharp turn onto the road, back in the direction we came. The motion of the car almost brought my head back up. I was waiting for a tank to blow everything up. I'd prefer this stuff being in a video game rather than in real life, I said. Don't worry, this was planned. Opposition 5, Agent Edwards, Agent Daniels, and I are all wearing bulletproof vests. You are too. The cultists shouldn't have given them to every other agent if they didn't want this to happen, Erilyn said. This near-death stuff stops after we get out of here, right? I was able to ask despite my clenched upper body. Yes. Also, they're trying not to kill you, because they don't want to miss out on punishing anybody, Erilyn said. The cultist's commitment saved me, but that left the creepy stuff. I was too hesitant to look up. I was too afraid of being blown up. Bullets zoomed by the car. There was a loud bang in the distance. It must have been the grenade-like weapon that was thrown at the prison door. More bullets flew by the car. There was a windshield crack. A bullet flew right over where I had my head down. I heard the smacking sounds of bullets bouncing off Agent Edwards and Agent Daniels. There were a couple car crashes behind me. The bullets stopped flying, so it must have been the army jeeps that crashed. Mike and Luke were good at this. The silence went on for a few minutes.
Look at that. The cultists are trying to watch people read while also trying to talk to each other and tell the mech soldiers what to do. They can't run an occupied town at all,
Agent Edwards said. They were struggling to do 3 things at once. I mean, anyone would, but they clearly had a smaller number of cultists than they needed to occupy a small Canadian city. For 2071, this was a bit odd. I didn't think much about that, though. My palms were covered in sweat. I tried to slow down my quick breath. "Put your head up so they know you're in here so they won't shoot us," Evelyn said. I was pretty frozen, but I lifted my head up. I looked out the big, shattered windshield hole. We were near the town's exit, but it wasn't over yet. I heard growls coming from behind the car. I looked into the side view mirror. There were 4 or 5 red dogs with yellow eyes running towards us at half the speed of the car. They had a row of very thin, sharp teeth on their upper mouths and a row of moving blades on their lower mouths. My stomach tightened. "Faster!" I shouted at Evelyn. Evelyn sped up a bit. I decided not to look back at the dogs. Up ahead, I saw a lineup of mech soldiers. They were looking at each other. They wanted to keep me alive, but take out the others. They were likely in rescue mission mode. Luke and Mike crawled towards the front of the car. The mech soldiers raised their weapons. Once they began firing, they started falling. Mike and Luke were stunning them. Someone fell off the car. The rolling thud was enough for me to hear. Those vests couldn't cover the entire body.
"Mike!"
Luke shouted. I didn't know much about Mike, but R.I.P. He helped save me from the Nazi soldiers on a wider mission to get me to safety and to expose the flaws in the cults, as well as the flaws in Nazi creatures. Evelyn took a right onto the grass. We drove through a lot of corn for a moment. It slowed us down a bit, but it looked like they weren't shooting at us through corn if it meant I could be killed. They'd miss out on a punishment. Evelyn turned left. We went across what I assumed was the Nazi soldier invisible wall or city limit. The mech soldiers probably had reinforcements coming. A thought that kept my stomach clenched. Luckily, the sun was setting. Unluckily, the sun was setting. I felt colder knowing the creatures would be out soon. We made it out of the cornfield. The charred remains of the farmhouse sat in front of us. We drove right up to it, parking in front of where the front door used to be. We got out of the van. When I stepped out, a chill ran down my spine at the sound of corn being shredded apart nearby. I looked behind me. A dark purple head was sticking out of the field. It was too dark to see any features, but I felt it staring at me. My chills got stronger. Evelyn took us to the stairs to the basement. They had a white cover over them. She took out a small device. She pressed a button, opening the cover. "Get in," Evelyn said. The others, especially me out of terror, jolted down the steps. Once we all got down into the basement, the lights switched on automatically. Evelyn closed the stairway cover. I sat down near the gadget table. I wasn't planning on moving. I imagined sleeping in that position. The worst creatures come out at night. "What are the others up to?" I asked. "They felt like they were ready to take the Nazi army convoy down from the inside," Evelyn said. Evelyn began to talk with the others. The others had explosive devices, the unstable seesaw of balance between their attack and the 3 things the cultist wanted to do with people, and the Purlaws on their side. That sounded like a death mission, but they were good with taking risks as far as I knew. The computer was about to cool down after all the other technology in the house stopped running. I decided I had to send this update of my experience early, as it serves as something that will stick with me forever. Scary creatures and creepy cults run 2071. There were a couple issues at this point. I was in a basement with a few people I didn't know. It was the time of day most of the creatures that roamed the streets in 2071 were usually out, and the cults were after me. Another thing that made my heart sink was learning the world population was frozen at 9.5 billion. The world hit that number around 2055, so how was it still at that amount, and frozen in 2071? I wondered. Well, apparently in October 2070, the Mexcala Assembly forced the real world population to be revealed, which was 500 million less than it was at the time. Since summer 2070, everything has gotten a bit more expensive. That only happens when there's less trade going on. Agent Edwards insists Knott's creatures have eaten 1 billion random people in total over the course of a year. If so, that is catastrophic. The world population count hasn't been updated since October 2070. If it's 8.5 billion by the end of 2071, the world in the future, or alternate reality, whatever theory is true, is done. Agent Edwards uploaded the dashcam footage of the dead Slaro onto whatever the biggest website in 2071 was. I forgot its name. He said if the video gets the right amount of visibility, it will go viral. Then the world will know Knott's creatures can be taken down. He was hell-bent on this. He wanted to bring the world back to some semblance of sanity. Hopefully it wasn't just pure blind faith, though. Again, 2071. It was only 9 p.m. when the first knocks were heard. The banging noises returned. The humanoids were back. The one that followed Alexis was likely there too. Edwards, Daniels, and Luke went over to the other end of the basement to try to get some sleep. Erwin continued to work on some gadgets. I was still sitting in that one spot, frozen. I didn't think there was a point in moving, as there was going to be something dangerous coming at me soon anyway. Whether that night or the next day. The banging on the stair cover kept going. Sometimes it stopped for a minute before starting back up again. I finally decided to move, but only to get up to tell Erilyn she needed to finish what she wanted to finish, then bring me back home to 2022. She told me it was almost done. The only thing stopping me from stealing the time watch again was that I was in 2071. I could have only dreamed of jumping into the future or into another reality, whatever theory was true. But this future, or reality, was scary. I couldn't sleep at all. I could only get 1 to 5 hours of sleep depending on the night. My dreams only featured me running. Sometimes the sound of the slithering outside or banging, knocking noises made it into my dreams. It was always a nightmare. Erilyn told me she could record my dreams with predictive AI and MRI scans. I declined that offer. In any other circumstance, I would have been entirely willing to watch recorded dreams of mine. This circumstance was too much all around. I was exhausted because of both the survival instinct and the lack of sleep. There was nowhere to go where I'd be safe in 2071, other than the countries around the equator. Either way, my racing thoughts were the last straw. I was going mad. I recalled the old story of the guy who stared at a lamp for a couple days only to realize he was knocked unconscious. It was stupid of me to do, because this was all real, and I knew it, but I went over to the lamp beside Erilyn and I stared into it for an hour. Are you okay?
Erilyn asked. No, I said.
If you're comfortable with it, you can talk to me,
Erilyn said. I'm stuck in reality with demonic creatures. Unfortunately, it's not a dream or a hallucination. That should say enough, I said. Staring at the lamp while knowing what I was experiencing was real wasn't going to get me anywhere. I was just going insane. The loud knocking continued. I knew I had to stay away from it, but the sound had been going on for an hour, to the point where my morbid curiosity began to spike. I walked over to the covering. I couldn't see through it, but I could tell where the sound was coming from. The humanoid was knocking on the middle of the side of the covering. It was sitting on the lawn. The sound was hypnotizing. It sounded more like a song. But that was it. It was trying to brainwash me. I walked over to the other side of the basement, resisting the sound. Agent Daniels walked past me. Make sure you don't go over to the sound. It's trying to brainwash us, I said. Agent Edwards ran up to the covering while holding a phone up in the air. He was really hyped. He played an electronic rock sound on full blast, trying to drown out the hypnotizing noise. He played it all the way through, but the sound continued after. Then,
a second sound started. On top of that, the deep, slithering sounds returned outside. I ran over to the opposite end of the basement. The slithering sounds were deeper there. But what was I going to do? I wasn't going to let myself get brainwashed and possessed. Daniels was looking at something on a laptop. He told me to have a look. It was security camera footage from behind the house, with the charred remains of the house in view. Sand rovers stood still around the house. What I saw crawling around them, though, was otherworldly. They weren't like the snakes mentioned earlier. They were flat, irregular shapes of all different shapes and sizes. Nothing more than 4 times bigger than a sand rover, though. Each of them had red holes on top of them. They looked like mouths with 1,000 tiny, sharp blades for teeth, but they also looked like eyes. They blinked once a minute. My stomach turned as I looked at them. I also saw the 2 humanoids, the one with the white face and 4 pupils, along with the one with a purple face, 3 pupils, and sharp teeth on its lips, sitting on top of the white metal board covering the stairs to the basement. They were staring in the direction of the back of the basement, where I was watching the footage. My stomach closed up as I became unnerved. The purple humanoid was as scary as I thought it would be. Those things were all either deadly or possessive. No one was able to go outside, though that mainly only went for nighttime. It would still inspire a bunch of fear for the day, though. No one wants to encounter any of these creatures a second time. Same with me. "I'm not watching that," I said as I turned my head. I walked away. I stopped when I recalled the humanoids. There was nowhere to go. A minute later, Agent Daniels walked up beside me. He looked into my eyes, but I didn't break my dead stare into nowhere. I didn't move at all, either. I was like you, trapped in between one monstrosity and another, too scared to move, almost going insane, wondering what I could possibly do next, knowing I couldn't do a thing without being possessed, hurt badly, or killed. You'd admit you didn't know a damn thing about what you were encountering. Survivalists wouldn't even be able to tell you, because they hadn't experienced those things. I narrowly escaped from that place that I'm positive will be the future. 2171, 2271, whenever it was, he said. Daniel's attempts to calm me down only works in shards. Each shard of a calmer feeling was flattened by the hard feelings of everything going on around me. Erilyn said time travel might just be jumping to alternate realities. Hopefully you just went to an alternate reality and it won't be the future to this reality, or future I'm in right now, I said. That doesn't really matter to me. What I experienced was real, Agent Daniels said. He quickly turned around. He walked into the basement beside me. I heard him scream into a towel. It was muffled, but the amount of time he did it for made me concerned. Agent Edwards walked up to the bathroom door. Did he ask? He asked Daniels.
No, he's me just one weekend,
Daniels said. It didn't matter what experience I heard about. I'm not saying he was gatekeeping, but I know that every bad experience is bad no matter what it is. They should all be treated with whatever is necessary. This experience was mine. Based on my own experiences, this was the only one I questioned my amount of time left in. Hopefully, the basement was enough to keep those monstrosities away from me. I didn't know how long I stood still for, but I never got tired. I couldn't feel my legs, though. The loud knocking noises started up again. I kept seeing Erilyn resisting to move anywhere towards the humanoid's noise-making. I took one step backwards myself, just in case, but my feet were asleep, so I fell on my back with a thud. That wasn't enough to distract me from fear, though. While laying on the floor, I heard something rummaging around in the rubble upstairs. At first I thought it was one of the humanoids, but then the rummaging sound spread out to both ends of the remains of the house. All the rumbling upstairs was being moved around at once. "Oh God," I whispered to myself, as I felt a trembling dread. A minute later, all the noises stopped. The low, slithering noise and the banging, knocking sounds all stopped at the same time.
The rummaging was still happening, however. I started to wonder what was up there. I wasn't going to check. An echoing screech filled the air. It sounded like a mixture of a human scream, as if the metal could scream. It echoed. I was frozen again. Seconds later, there was a loud bang that made the ceiling shake. I got up and ran into the back room. Something was up there. I sat down in the back room, staring up at the ceiling. The rummaging continued for another minute. When it stopped, the silence was super calming, ambient. I knew it wouldn't last, though. The rummaging sounds returned, but right after they returned, I saw something moving on the ceiling. There were a dozen red bugs. Bugs were pretty much nothing to me by then, but these ones blended into 2071 well. Each one of them spewed some sort of acid into the ceiling, creating black lines. A minute later, I realized those lines were perfectly straight cracks. The bugs were cutting a hole through the ceiling. I ran out to Agent Edwards to tell him about the bugs. He went to look at them. He looked at them for a minute, observing their actions. He then announced to everyone that they must be prepared for the unprepared. Right after he said that, the screeching happened again, chilling me deeply. Arilyn packed all the gadgets into a big briefcase. She must have been quite optimistic, as she thought I could somehow survive until she finished making her device. Agent Edwards and Agent Daniels walked up beside me, but they didn't say anything. They were ready to protect me from something imminent. A creaking noise came from the back room. Just like that, the ceiling within the back room collapsed. Worse, one of those irregular-shaped creatures with the eye mouth fell down into the basement too, landing not too far away from Agent Daniels. My stomach felt like it was clenching again. It was so uncanny. It clearly wanted to terrorize and eat things alive. As it began to walk towards me, I ran into another room to hide. The creature began to growl.
How the hell does this thing even live?
Agent Edwards asked.
Oh my god!
Arilyn shouted. Gunshots rang outside the room.
My foot is not being ripped off,
Luke said. More gunshots rang. I could only hear the gunshots as well as the creature's groans as I got shot.
Is it dead? I have to know,
Luke asked.
All its teeth are out, and there's multiple holes in it, so yeah,
Agent Edwards said. I slowly walked out of the room. When I saw the dead creature, I could only describe it as gross. It was almost in pieces. There was a blue liquid oozing out of it, and it was still trying to move. Agent Daniels walked up to it and kicked it with all his might.
Not coming around here anymore,
he said. The thing stopped moving entirely. I ran up and kicked it myself. It landed against a wall, breaking into pieces. Another one of them fell down with a half-eaten sand rover inside its mouth. I avoided hesitation and kicked that one over. It landed upside down. It was so useless on its back. Agent Daniels shot at it until it turned to mush. I felt adrenaline, having faced such a small fear. But that wasn't all. A gray blade in the shape of a claw crashed into the back room, breaking all of the rubble that once was part of the ceiling. I jumped, my stomach clenched, feeling peaked. The sounds of rummaging returned. It was the creature that was upstairs. The claw jolted around, trying to move around in the basement.
What are you?
Luke asked. He shot the claw 3 times. It stopped moving. The loud screeching sound returned, louder than ever. A huge crashing sound happened upstairs. The claw tried to move again. I wanted to get to safety, but the claw looked extremely dangerous. I was safe enough in the spot I was standing in. A loud, booming noise filled the air. I jumped. A bright light shined down through the hole. The creature's claw stopped moving. The claw fell off, landing on the floor of the basement. I was praying for those to be the good guys. Alexis jumped down to the hole.
The monstrosity is dead. Gonna need another month to make more anti-creature ammo,
she said.
Are the rest alive?
Luke asked.
Yes,
she said. I was a little bit relieved, but there still wasn't a guarantee that I'd make it through the next day without dying. Throughout my time in the basement, it hit me harder that what I was going through was what billions of people were going through as well at the exact same time as me. In 2071, everyone must have their blinds closed so humanoids don't possess them. Everyone must stay inside at night if they're in a suburban eye because the per-laws would come after you. If anyone is in a rural area, they have to deal with everything else. Demonic humanoids, mouth-eye creatures, whatever those things with the big claws are, circular house-climbing creatures, I was sure this was hell. Typing those descriptions up, I became curious about what their actual names were. I barely had time to look it up on the 2071 internet due to some new development always coming up. I asked Agent Edwards if I could look up the names of some of the creatures. What he told me next put something into perspective.
The ones you don't know the names of, they don't have names. The cults only want to describe them, because it makes them seem bigger,
he said. These cults were willing to use any type of fear to keep us in line. Describing a creature is scarier than saying its name. There are exceptions, but this isn't one of them. It was clever, but I was ready to give them names myself upon learning that goal. Then I'll give them my own names. These circular creatures that climb houses are spy tortoises. Those evil mouth creatures are foot rovers, I said. Agent Edwards nodded his head. Whatever worked, I guess, was probably what he was thinking. All this time, though, I hadn't seen Agent Daniels for hours. I walked over to the room at the opposite end of the basement from where the stairs were. I knocked on the door, hoping Agent Daniels was okay. He told me I could come in. Agent Daniels was looking at the sand rover he put in that box earlier. It was now in a glass box, with wires and scanners hooked up to it. Agent Daniels was doing tests on it.
I'm trying to find a way to communicate with him,
Agent Daniels said. The sand rover used to be a person he knew. He thought there was a possible way he could communicate with this person since there was no way they were erased. A conscience had to be in there somewhere. He didn't want to talk about who Bill was that much. I respected that. I wasn't just going to forget about Opposition 5. They were pretty cool. I asked Alexander what happened in Winnipeg.
We used everything we prepared to use. Stunned arts only took us so far. We resorted to explosives, especially on whatever demons they're summoned to go after us. As a group, we hope to show everybody that arts can be brought down a notch. I'd say that today. We succeeded. It only came at the cost of Mike,
he said. That was good to hear. They took down a Slorro. They took down whatever that thing was that was above me, and I helped them by helping Agent Edwards get the dashcam footage of the dead Slorro back to the house to be put online. With that last point, I was hoping I was about to witness the biggest viral moment of 2071. The moment everyone realized Knots' creatures can be taken down a notch. That didn't make them less scary, of course, but it was a step towards what the world was before 2064, even if only a tiny step. At one point, I was confused about whether or not we were going somewhere. Erilyn had her lab stuff packed up into her bag, Edwards and Daniels had guns drawn towards the hole in the ceiling, but nothing had come down in an hour. Alexis and Alexander were on their phones. Things were relatively quiet in the basement. It was calmer, which I took as better despite the slithering sounds that were still coming from outside. Those sounds gave me the habit of looking at the ground for a second every minute. It was emotionally draining, too. My thoughts had calmed down a little bit, but it wasn't too significant. I decided to visit Agent Daniels' room out of friendly curiosity. When I got there, Agent Daniels was crying. It didn't sound like a painful cry, though. I asked him if he was comfortable talking about whatever he was crying about. He told me he was going through another strong bout of nostalgia.
I go through these like everyone else does. It's normal. Everyone was definitely happier before all the Knots stuff, but I'm mostly nostalgic for the late 2030s, especially that one song that I loved. I got lost in the 2054 cyber attack. It had lyrics using tying someone down as a metaphor for love. The singer sang about never letting someone go or whatever. It was such a nice, warm, simple song. I needed it in times like these. I played it in my memory a lot when I was in that place. It's from your time, in fact. It wasn't a smash hit or anything. It came out in the late 2010s, he said.
My mind was racing too much, and the sense of impending doom was too strong for me to think about music or anything I was interested in for that matter. Every time I tried to think about something I liked, I felt a tiny bit guilty about it. It was probably irrational, though. I might know it, but my mind is racing a bit too much, though. Sorry. I definitely have the same thing with nostalgia, but I won't touch your case, though, since you had to go through all this creature and cult stuff and more for the past few years. I'd die of nostalgia, I said. I decided to leave him alone. He went to some weird other future reality that made his experience with all these creatures in this future reality a casual, daily, mild disruption. A moment later, Arilyn told everyone she's taking me a bit more out west in case the cult members catch up. Alexander, Luke, and Alexis planned on seeing how far they could take their mini-revolution. They were going to stick around on the outskirts of Winnipeg. Agent Edwards offered to come with us. I said goodbye and good luck to Agent Daniels. I wished him good luck on getting his friend back into human form somehow. The 3 Opposition 5 members stood guard of the stairs in case any creatures tried to get in. Arilyn, Agent Edwards, and I cautiously walked up the stairs, out onto the ground outside. It was so dark. It didn't help that, as we were walking away from the light coming from the basement. The cover for the stairs closed, so the last bit of light disappeared anyway. Of course, there was a hole in the basement ceiling, but it looked like it was being patched up. It was kind of cold. I started to shiver. With all the creatures around, it was like hell had frozen over. The low, slithering noises still surrounded the house. I didn't stop to think. I blindly ran through the dark night, kicking all the irregular-shaped creatures out of my way. I didn't give myself time to process the feeling of what I knew was my shoe coming into contact with these uncanny, limb-shredding creatures, but it was probably for the best. I was too afraid of them anyway. Arilyn, Agent Edwards, and I were silent the first few miles of driving west. I watched as those mysterious, shadowy creatures jumped out of the way of the headlights before I could see more than a tenth of them. One thought I had was that those were actually the irregularly shaped creatures. Maybe they just didn't like light. A thought started to bug me. I had only read up to the 2070 page of the history book. I didn't want to read further because it was too uncanny. I started to wonder if there was anything about an event that would imply that I was definitely going to die. I asked Arilyn. She said there's nothing about me or any time traveler or human time traveler at all past 2070. It was ambiguous. Oh, then she told me she ripped out the 2071 to 2099 pages. I asked her why. She told me she didn't want me to try to change anything, especially in case it's time travel we're dealing with, rather than reality hopping. Also, because she didn't want me to know what the world will become during the 2080s and what the state of the world will be afterwards. It must be really bad going by the facial expression she made for about a minute after answering me. At least there was a year 2101, going by the publication date. That only says so much, though. An hour into the drive, something grabbed onto the side of the car. I looked to my right. A head. One a color I was confused about, a blue that glowed like a yellow, one with 3 eyes, sharp teeth on its lips, and all over the inside of its mouth, was looking at me. I felt nauseous. I turned my head back to look out the windshield. "That's the one that followed me back from Michigan," Agent Edwards said. "Don't look at it. It's different from the others." I kept looking out the windshield. I heard the humanoid climbing on top of the car. I looked down at my lap to avoid eye contact with it. "What does this one do?" Arilyn asked. "It heightens all your negative senses," Agent Edwards said. "What's with its color? I can't describe it," I said. "It's blue-yellow, a forbidden color. We can see it on him because he's tricking our eyes into seeing it. I took a picture of him before. He's actually yellow in appearance. He shows us the forbidden color to confuse us.
Agent Edwards said. I kept my head down for 10 minutes. I heard Erilyn grunting a bit. Some, "Oh God," here, some, "Just go away," there. "Don't give in," was something she repeated to herself a dozen times. It got louder each time. This humanoid wasn't smashing the window, to my surprise, but that gave me some more chills. At one point, I heard the sound of it falling off the car. I lifted my head up. It was gone. I looked out the windshield again. The sky was still dark. The headlights only lit a meter of the road in front of us at all times. Clouds covered the sky, so there was no moonlight or northern lights to follow. 45 minutes later, as we continued driving in silence, I heard the sound of a fast plane in the distance. A fighter jet. It was in the sky miles ahead of us. A little light was spat out of the plane, flying to the right across the sky. I realized the light was a missile. I watched as it glided through the night sky. It exploded on a sphere close to the ground miles ahead. It lit up the area it hit for at least 2 seconds, revealing 2 quads standing still in the general area. They were standing still. They each had 4 arms that were reaching towards the ground. They looked like spiders. The plane spat out another missile. It hit the second quad. The light from the explosion revealed a third quad standing behind the other 2. I started getting nervous at the sight of them. Another plane followed behind the first plane. It launched a missile. Seconds later, the first plane exploded in a dark green light. The second plane turned back around, flying away from the quads, which were now hidden in the dark again. Hopefully that means the Mexicala government's crumbling internally, Agent Edwards said. While that sounded promising, I thought having the government war with itself would make things worse in the long run rather than better. Hopefully not, though. I didn't know much, but that was his thing, not mine. We continued driving for another 3 hours. It was nothing but more weirdly shaped creatures jumping away from the headlights and trees everywhere in the dark. The larger shapes startled me. At one point, we traveled into Saskatchewan. I didn't have enough time to read the sign, though. It was lit up green. The name was long. It started with an S, so, yeah. Closer to the end of the 3 hours, I was trying to guess the size of the next weird-shaped creatures. I got all of them wrong, except for one. I guessed I'd see a big one next. Surely enough, a big dark mass popped into view of the headlights. Since we only had less than a second to react, we crashed into it. I flew forward. The seatbelt got a bit tighter, automatically holding me back from flying out the windshield, but in a safe way. "Oh my God, what did we hit?" Erilyn asked. "Damn thing," Agent Edwards said. I knew deep down it was the circular creature. It didn't move for 10 seconds after we hit it, but then it started moving. It climbed on top of the car. I saw its underbelly. It was filled with moving fur, like a cat filled only with water. I looked down at my knees for the time being. The thing stayed still for 10 minutes before a banging noise occurred. Something hit it. It moved off of the car, rushing over to the side of the road. Erilyn didn't waste a second. She pushed the accelerator forwards. We sped off past the thing, the unnamed being. We drove west for another hour before entering Regina. It was like everywhere else, but worse. Sleeping bags everywhere. I'm not blaming them, but the town couldn't have had more creatures in its suburbs than Winnipeg, could it? As we drove through the town, we drove past a church. The same jellyfish symbol hung over the door. More taser sticks stood up against the wall. More cameras. But something was going on inside. I only saw it for a few seconds since we were driving, but there was a red fog behind the church. A similar red fog to the one the sheriff arrived in. A small gust of wind pushed the car forward. People were running down the sidewalk across the street, rushing away from the direction of the church. The sheriff was there, too. Our car shook, startling me. "Damn pickup truck," Erilyn said. The truck bumped into us a couple more times as we drove.
I was hoping it was just someone trying to get somewhere as fast as they could, but when Erilyn took a right, they followed behind, sped up, then bumped the back of the car again. Erilyn looked into the rearview mirror. "Oh God, it's some more cult members," Erilyn said. We kept driving, continuously being bumped by the truck. Erilyn took a sharp right turn into a suburban road. The sharp right pushed me up against the door. The truck took a couple seconds to catch up. When it did, we turned onto some road called Pasca Street before it could bump into us again. We sped down the road. The truck wasn't too far behind us. Before it could bump us again, we turned onto a road called Fifth Avenue. I never lived anywhere near Regina before, so I was unfamiliar with the place. As we drove up the street, our car was tipped over onto the sidewalk. It wasn't the pickup truck, though. Erilyn, Agent Edwards, and I unbuckled ourselves. We fell onto the roof of the upside-down car. I was confused at what happened, but then I heard the sound of shattering glass. I looked through the window. Luckily, the windshield was tinted from the outside. A black, spider-like arm pulled someone out of their window. They struggled as they were taken up into the air. Another arm reached into the window of the house across the street, pulling a person out of their bedroom. There was just enough light by then, 6 a.m., for me to notice the outline of what was doing this. 8 spider-like legs stood on the road. 2 quads. They were pulling people out of their homes, out of their bedrooms. I had flashbacks to the Slaros almost pulling me out of my home once or twice before. Like that time again, I felt like I was frozen. My stomach felt like it was closing in on itself, etc. I decided to wait it out. They'd leave soon. Erilyn and Agent Edwards were doing the same thing. The quads walked over the car. I recalled in the history books people were able to outrun the quads. It was assuring, but I was stuck in a car. If one of these things bent down and saw me through the untinted passenger window, it was over. I could see the pickup truck in the side view mirror. It was sitting still. The 2 cult members were staring up at the quads. The quads walked away, out behind our car and the pickup truck. They walked down the road as the sky began to turn dark blue. I sighed in relief, letting myself breathe loudly again. Then, I heard truck doors opening, then closing. Seconds later, a taser stick was pointing at me through my window. "Get out," a man said. I looked towards Erilyn. A gun was being pointed towards her through the window on her side of the car. It was the other cult member. "Come on," they said. I opened the door. It was too dark to see the man clearly, but he was wearing a robe. I climbed out of the car. Erilyn climbed out on her end. So did Agent Edwards. As I stood up, I was poked with the stick. I felt a deep shock that rattled through me as I fell to the ground. I was then knocked unconscious. I awoke in a mostly empty room. It was the size of a storage unit. The only thing in the room was a box of granola bars. There was a note on the box. "Eat before we get going." Erilyn was sitting to my right. She had already woken up moments earlier. Agent Edwards was dead asleep in the corner. Erilyn handed me her laptop.
Quick, if you have another message to post on your account, do it now. They'll be back in an hour,
Erilyn said. I felt warmth seeing the Google logo on the screen. It was already nostalgic, though I had only spent 3.5 days in 2071. Luckily, I had a lot of the past nights documented in my notes app. As I'm typing this little part up, the people who are coming to take us somewhere are about to walk into the room. They're talking about something about Russia and China. Erilyn claims she knows what's planned, but she can't tell me. There's a deep look of concern on her face. As I typed that sentence, she said,
"I shouldn't have brought you to 2071.
Well, shit. The 2 men walked in. They were agents of sorts. They each wore what looked like SWAT outfits. Mex-Kala Council Russia was written in bold white letters on the outfit of the agent to my left. MKCC Mex-Kala Cult of China was written in bold white letters on the outfits of the agent to my right. Erilyn quickly packed her stuff into her bag. Agent Edwards was slapped across the face, which woke him up. After he woke up, he was surprised. He checked all his limbs, then he looked around the room in shock. It looked as if he was surprised he was still alive. "I am Agent R-434, the Russian agent said. "I am Agent CPC-566. We're leaving for Shanghai right now. Let's go," the MKCC agent said. We were taken out to a small airstrip. I asked Agent R-434 where we were. He told me it was classified, that I wasn't supposed to know or even talk at all for that matter until we got to Shanghai. Arilyn was tearing up a bit. If Slaros and quads weren't enough to end the experiment, then what was? I always had anxiety about flying. I already didn't like the downward motion of anything with me in it. It wasn't so bad. I could tell myself not to act on ideas in my head, but it was enough for me to say something, so that's something. In this world full of creatures, though, the anxiety was smaller, which was a plus. But there were still tons of creatures everywhere. I was thinking about them more, dreading my next interaction with one. We got into the plane. Neither of us were allowed to speak until we got to our destination. Luckily, there was a TV in the plane. It was playing a movie I'd never seen before. But based on the technology the characters were using, it couldn't have been released before the 2060s. As we took off into the air, I saw a quad walking through a forest. It was using its arms to move trees around. Those things were still chilling. I looked at the back of the seat in front of me instead. It was a 21-hour flight. I managed to sleep for 5 hours at first. After I woke up, I watched some interesting movies from the late 2060s and early 2070s. Most of them had some form of Knots reference. Only one of them seemed tacky at the very least. After about 4 movies, I fell asleep again. When I woke up, the plane wasn't moving anymore. We had landed at an airport. Shanghai Pudong International, specifically. It was around 9 p.m. there. We were rushed off the plane by the agents, who then guided us through the airport. There was a little light show on the ceiling. It took me a minute to realize the assistants were AIs, and there were screens promoting stuff like assistance and doing good deeds. Apparently the airport was only at a quarter capacity, however, because of all the Slaros, reports of quads knocking planes out of the sky, and a possible urban legend about something giant but unknown lurking somewhere in the northern Pacific Ocean. I wasn't begging to learn more about that last thing. The agents took us to a gray car with tinted windows. After we got settled into our seats, the agents turned the radio on, loud. They really didn't want to hear us speak. We listened to the radio. More of those Knots appraisal songs played. Some were in English, others were in Chinese, but unfortunately, Knots was unknown. Other than that, my attention was drawn to the buildings when we drove to the city. It looked close to what sci-fi movies set in the future depict. There were a lot more skyscrapers. Some were all lit up in neon blue, others in neon red. Skyscrapers like the Shanghai Financial Center were still standing, of course, but they were surrounded by more skyscrapers that were just as tall as them. They were all glowing neon turquoise. There were giant ads all around the city. Animations and pictures of Knots beside ads showing the face of, I assumed, the President of China in 2071. Then there were some brand ads in other places. The front of one skyscraper was one giant ad, alternating between a picture of Knots' arms hanging down through the clouds and the image of the Chinese president standing in front of China's flag. After an hour of driving, we took a right into the parking lot of a normal-looking building. Once we got out of the car, we were shown a digital agreement on Agent CPC-556's phone. Through it, the agents only let us read the second half of the agreement. Then we each had to press accept, or, well, Agent R-434 was pointing a futuristic blue gun at us. I actually jumped when I noticed it. I was still just as much not willing to get shot as I was not to have my limbs bitten off. We each selected accept. We were led into the building. The main lobby had the usual reception-looking lobby. The agents walked us through the hallway guarded by intimidatingly armored guards. We were taken to a staircase. There was a sign on the door. Clearance for highly secret info only. It was a 10-minute walk down the stairs. There were only a couple doors down there. One was labeled Technology, another was labeled surveillance, and another one was labeled media. At the bottom of the stairs, we reached a door labeled science. There was a red light beside the door, reaching from the ground to the ceiling. Agent CPC 566 stood in front of the red light. Seconds later, the door opened. We were pushed through the doorway into a long hallway. The hallway didn't have many doors. The doors that were labeled weren't labeled at all, but they each had their own full-body scanners on their right side. After a minute of walking, we were rushed into a room to my right. It was a science room. There were 4 long tables, a bunch of science-related posters on the walls, posters of knots, a hologram of a Slaro that made me shiver, and all these devices that looked like scanners and guns. I also saw some mechanical limbs and 3D printed body parts. There was also a watcher, one similar to Erlen's watch, sitting on a desk at the back. There were some chairs in the middle of the room the agents told us to sit down on. I sat on my chair. The agents texted for 2 minutes. I was being tortured by the suspense of wondering what they were going to do next. I had to dry my hands off on the side of my pants. At one point, the Russian government agent walked out of the room. The CPC agent stayed. After another few minutes, the CPC agent spoke. "Hello. You 3 are here because you have contributed to chaos and high extremism against Knotts and his friends," he said. "I'm just doing 2 classified experiments. I don't know what this is, but it's probably very unnecessary," Erlen said. "We got word from the MKCCAN that you were associated with a terror group called Opposition 5. Is that correct?" he asked. I was nervous as hell at this point. My nerves probably wanted to kill me by then. "Rebel Group Opposition 5? Agent Edwards asked. "They were all captured and enlightened, weren't they? Nothing happened in Winnipeg." The CPC agent stared at him. He felt his sarcasm when he said enlightened. "They got away. One of them was brought down, but the rest got away. Mex-Cala Canada wanted to turn you 3 over to us. You 3 are very important people. A science cosmologist, a time traveler from 2022, and, well, an interesting agent, I must say. But you weren't very important to Knotts at the CPC. You've made enough noise," he said. I was hoping he'd let Agent Edwards go free, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. The CPC agent asked him to go to the interview room to be asked some questions. The CPC agent walked him out of the science room, leaving me alone with Erlen. Erlen began to look around, like she was planning an escape, although it was seemingly impossible, unfortunately. There was no way we were getting out of the building. I thought about the fact the CCP was still around, with agents being labeled officially with CPC and a number. It made me more nervous about this whole kidnapping. The CCP agent said Mex-Cala Canada turned us over, but a thought at the back of my head suggested that was a lie. After a few minutes of silence, a humming roar came from under the floor. It was uncanny. After a few more seconds, it became nerve-wracking. A scream came from the same place the roar came from. It lasted for about 5 seconds. What really made me shiver was the fact the scream didn't turn animalistic. It was a human scream. The roaring stopped. Everything was silent again. Only the buzzing of electricity and my breathing were heard. Another minute later, the CCP agent returned. "Well, now that your little agent's been forgotten about and interviewed, let's talk about your endeavors," he said. "Whatever happens to Agent Edwards, it's likely that it wasn't pretty." The CPC agent pulled a gun on Erlen. He was about to ask some serious stuff. "You have human time travel figured out, but you don't want to tell us anything about it. Why is that?" he asked. "It might be that we're jumping to alternate realities rather than traveling through time. That would change a lot," Erlen said. "Well, at least teach us how to jump at all, so we can figure it out for ourselves as well," he said. "Black holes keep us from good amounts of research," Erlen said. The agent shrugged. He didn't like that answer. He didn't care if there was a black hole anywhere. He told Erlen it was just a theory. Then he ordered her to create a time watch for him.
We could be ripped out of existence. I know it's a maybe, but we can't take the chance, Evelyn said.
You wish to be taken down to the questioning room? One of Knott's smaller friends would be happy to meet you.
Yes. Evelyn jumped off her chair. Hopefully it's not where Agent Edwards went. Hopefully the room wasn't some big cover-up for that creature. The agent walked her over to a table on the other side of the room, to my left. Evelyn talked to the agent about the materials that were already on the table. She told him that they worked. The agent thought she was purposefully stalling. Then he asked her which missing materials were needed to make a time-traveling device. She told him which materials were still needed. She was stuttering a bit as she talked about it. She was being forced to reveal classified information. She asked the agent about a disk that was placed on the table. The agent told her the CCP figured out 50% of how time travel works, which allowed them to create what was called the crystal disk. They didn't get too far into it, but the crystal disk encodes data and interprets the information it gets from the particles the device uses. It's essential for the device to work. After the discussion, the agent walked over to me.
So, you're from 2022. That's quite an interesting year to think about, he said.
I guess he assumed I had experienced most of 2022. I had only experienced a few days of 2022. Anyway, there were more likely years after 2022 that were more interesting.
China was a prosperous nation back then, as it is right now, the agent said.
It was strong, but there was a lot of censorship, which they felt they needed in order to seem like they were truly strong, I said. The agent leaned in towards me. We censor things to keep our community safe. We don't need you to push your political opinions onto China, the agent said. The agent changed the topic, asking me questions about the past. In 2070, it was leaked that a China agent traveled to a different time, most likely the future. There isn't much that was leaked specifically. Do you know anything about it? The agent's name, perhaps? The agent asked. I actively tried to recall something random. No, I lied. Were there any signs of knots back then? He asked. No, I don't think there's been any signs of knots, I said. In 2022, he said. No, not in 2022 or in my general time period at all, I said. In your time period, there were lots and lots of gas-powered cars. Did the air feel different? Didn't it suffocate people? It didn't suffocate most people. I'm glad electric cars are common in 2071, though. There's been a lot of movies set in 2019 since your time. Was 2019 really that magical? He asked. For me, personally, it had different vibes. In a good way. I got over most of my social anxiety by June, and I had lots of fun all around. It was a much better year for me than 2018 or 17. Many other people loved it too, of course, I said. After I gave him a better understanding of the past, he gave me a phone with the Notepad app opened. He told me to type up everything I experienced in 2022 and 2071 so far in regards to daily life, technology, and current events. When I finished, I had to give the phone back to him. I couldn't tell what it was for. The fact that right as he ordered me to do it, I noticed he was holding a gun made it seem pushy. I shook a bit on the inside. I was hoping I'd be able to remember things well while feeling so nervous. An hour into me typing, I had gotten to December 2021. It seemed the CCP agent was hell-bent on knowing everything about my time. He wanted the current events and media whether I experienced them or not, so I got to include stuff about movies and music, too. Stuff about Lil Nas X, Olivia Rodrigo, Spider-Man No Way Home, etc. It felt weird since that stuff was escapism, while I was also mentioning current events. But I was supposed to write everything about my personal life in 2021 at gunpoint, too. At one point, I turned the typing into a stalling situation. I thought the more I typed, the more time there would be before I had to do terrifying stuff. So I went back and put in more stuff about everything. It was interesting he wanted this specifically, however, but it was an easy task due to the way my memory is. I didn't know exactly why he wanted it, though. I was hoping it was for the better, but I was still nervous.
I was even more nervous about the fact I would be shot or eaten or possessed by cults if I didn't do this. I hit more spelling errors than usual trying to type it all up. After I typed up as much as I could from the first couple of days of 2022 as I had experienced, I typed up my experience of traveling to 2071. I spoofed Mr. Danley's name just in case, since I was brought down into a secret government lab to do this. Then I detailed the other stuff. My experience with the Slaros, Perlaws, the circular thing outside the window, which I decided to call a spy turtle instead of describing it. The quads, but only the first time, as I wasn't going to give any hints of the Mex-Cala Canadian government's infighting to a government that could use the information to their advantage. A government that kidnapped me, too. I also decided not to include anything about the Perlaw experiment videos on the deep web, which I was still actively avoiding. The first video was scary enough. Those mouth-eye creatures were the last creatures I typed anything about. Recalling the creatures got too chilling by that point. When I finished typing, I gave the phone back to the agent. He read it over, nodding his head as he read through. When he finished reading it, he told me a big experiment was coming up. You will be going to different time periods, then documenting your experiences there, the agent said. Which time periods? I asked. I'll give you 3 of 10. 2121 to see where the world, especially China, is in 50 years. 2022 to see the daily lives of citizens. And 1989 to see the daily lives of citizens, he said. Okay, I guess I'll have to do that. I guess there's some stuff I won't be able to talk about in certain time periods, right? I asked. And don't make a big fuss about forbidden topics when you go back or forward in time, yes. We'll give you a list for you to study before you travel, the agent said. It was weird I was getting a list of forbidden topics, because there's some chance I won't make it back. I mean, you can talk about stuff like the Tiananmen Square massacre in public, you just can't make a lot of noise about it. The CCP agent did say I can't make a big fuss, though, so there's that. Who knows what it was like in 2071, though? I really didn't want to know. At one point, I realized I was probably going to have to work for the Mex-Cala CCP for the rest of my life. 2071 was bad, but there was no way 2121 wouldn't be worse. What Agent Daniels experienced wasn't pretty, whether it was the future or not. Very different creatures. When did the ones from 2067 to 2071 go away? Where did they go? Whatever the case was, there was likely dozens of new horrors waiting for me in 2121 I didn't want to experience. Incomprehensible things I'd be frozen in thought over. Giant centipedes, giant brain-looking things with squirmy stuff inside them. Everything was probably strange matter by then, too. The thoughts gave me a load of dread. I could hear the humming roar again. It was coming from under the floor again. I thought it was another person being eaten alive by whatever creature was housed down there. The floor began to vibrate. Everything in the room began to shake a bit. The sound of doors opening along with people speaking with urgency came from the hallway. Crashing sounds, then gunshots, rang around somewhere under the floor, where the roaring was still happening. My stomach felt like caving in at the sound of the roar itself, along with the fact I don't know what was making it. Also because I didn't know where to go. The sound of pipes being ripped apart was coming from under the floor. The queasiness in my stomach got stronger. Something was climbing up from under the floor. As the noises got more intense, the agent called someone on his phone. While he spoke on the phone, the gunshots stopped. A loud crash happened somewhere down the hallway. The agent hung up. He had a look of urgency on his face. If you make it out of here alive, nothing happened here in the highly secret clearance only section. Nothing. Do you understand? He asked. Yes, I told him. But the roar, along with the loud crashing, got loud enough that he couldn't hear me. He walked up to me. As he was about to say something, the roar, along with the crashing, stopped. A dark gray and red arm crashed to the middle of the wall. I took a few steps back, stumbling to the ground. I couldn't move at all. I wanted to run, but the room wasn't big enough. I froze instead. The arm gripped the agent, pulling him towards the hallway. The arm stopped moving. holding the agent still. While the creature holding the agent still was a convenience, it wasn't so convenient that a horrifying creature was attacking the area. Most of this creature was outside of the room. Its arm was in the room, its tentacle-like fingers gripping the agent hard. The agent struggled, trying to free himself, but he could barely move the creature's arm. I couldn't tell how big the whole creature was, but when it roared again, its roar came from somewhere down the hallway. It was huge. Amidst this, Evelyn thought this was a good time to escape.
"This could be our chance to get away, but the monster will have to move first," she said.
Evelyn packed all her stuff into her bag. The agent tried to speak, but his voice was muffled. He was frustrated. Evelyn put her bag on the ground near me. She walked over to a table at the back of the room. She looked through the cupboards until she found a triangular object. She walked over to the table with the gadgets on it. She picked up the disc. She walked up to the agent, then she held the disc in front of him.
"You want this so bad? How about you let us go, so I don't scratch the disc to oblivion," she said.
Evelyn held the object up against the desk. The agent nodded his head from left to right. She used the object to make a circular scratch on the shiny side of the desk. The agent muffled angrily as she damaged the disc. She then rubbed the disc around on the table for a few seconds, scratching it up badly. The agent muffled angrily some more as Evelyn scratched the disc, damaging it beyond repair. She tossed the disc to the side.
"Looks like you won't be traveling anywhere," she said.
Evelyn walked back to her bag. As she did so, the creature let go of the agent. The agent pushed the slimy arm off of himself.
You won't be getting out of here, no matter what,
he said. I felt dread again. The agent could do something right then that the creature couldn't. Hurt me in specific ways. As the agent walked up to me, the creature grabbed him again, almost suffocating him. I was filled with adrenaline at this point. I ran over to the table with the time travel materials on it. I picked up one of the gadgets, then I slammed it into the floor. It shattered more than I thought it would. I walked up to the agent.
Agent Edwards was killed, not interviewed,
I said to the agent. It wasn't going to do anything, but I had so much adrenaline from the creature's attack, I wanted to say whatever was on my mind, whether it was relevant or not.
Sloros are scary as hell. I hope they all fly away and disappear. Knots can suck its own arms back into its own dimension. Don't kill any more agents. Respect human rights,
I said, spitballing a bit. The agent was still being held tight by the creature's arm. He shouted, but his mouth was still covered by the creature's arm. His shouts were muffled. Evelyn chuckled.
"Hey, there's an opening. We have to go," she said.
I looked over at the door. The creature had moved out of the way of it. I asked Evelyn if I needed a gun. She said I couldn't handle a gun from the future, let alone one from my time. That made sense. We made a run for the door. My heart was pounding. We ran out into the hallway. The room across the hallway was reduced to rubble. Pipes and electronics were scattered everywhere. The creature from the back was a big blob of slimy-looking red and gray skin. We ran down the hallway, away from the creature. When we reached the end of the hallway, there was a giant hole where the end of the hallway should be. There was nowhere to go. It was too dangerous to walk through that destroyed room with all the broken live wires everywhere. Worse, some agents were at the other end of the creature. Their shouting was easy to hear. I was frozen again. I didn't know how to fight this. My stomach was sinking again. Seconds later, pulsating booms came from the other end of the long creature. The creature let out another long, humming roar in response. It also started moving backwards towards me. It took up the entire hallway, along with half of the destroyed room. It was about to push Evelyn and I into the deep gaping hole behind us. When I looked into the hole earlier, it looked like it went down more than 5 floors. There was no getting out of here unscathed. Evelyn tiptoed into the destroyed room. She navigated around a couple of the live wires. She looked around the room, observing all the live wires and electronics.
"No, this isn't going to work,"
she said to herself. She tiptoed back into the hallway. I could barely look at the creature for 5 seconds without getting an intense amount of chills. I had never been so cold out of fear before. After some more moderate squirming, the creature stopped moving. Another round of pulsating booms rang out, this time on the side of the creature within the destroyed room. They made some of the creature's gray-red skin peel off, but it wasn't much. Erilyn and I were looking into the destroyed room, then back at the creature repeatedly, wondering what to do next. An agent walked into the room on the other side of all the rubble and live wires. He pointed at us and said something. I wasn't at all fluent in the language he spoke in, so I didn't know what he was saying. But then he spoke in English.
Quinzong is malfunctioning. You'll be taken out of here.
He shouted. Quinzong. At least that's what I heard. What confused me was the malfunctioning part. This was a robot creature. An artificial creature, perhaps. Knots was supposedly parts mechanical, but this Quinzong was being referred to as if it were purely mechanical. It wasn't one of Knots' friends, it seemed. I had no idea what it was supposed to be, but didn't make my heartbeat any less intense. One other agent on the other end of the creature shouted something. Again, I didn't know what he said. He or some other agent walked into the room to put a dark gray device on the floor before quickly walking back out. Seconds after he walked out, a red light appeared on top of the device. 3 seconds later, it turned off. The creature let out another roar, but it sounded broken. It was so uncanny and terrifying, I had to cover my ears. A moment later, it stopped roaring. It stopped moving altogether. It was pretty gross, though I could only see the back of it from my end. At that point, I couldn't look at it for more than 5 seconds without feeling like I was about to throw up from nerves and fear. Some soldiers tugged the creature over into the destroyed room. Its side burst open. I almost threw up at the sight of it. I looked at the ground for a few seconds. Tiny green squares filled the hallway, almost reaching my shoes. They kind of looked like computer chips.
In 2058, they were accused of making nano-monsters to get rid of people who dissented,
Erilyn said. My heart sank. Nano-creatures being used to eat dissenting agents and people who make a ton of noise about the stuff the government does. Although that made the fact that we were cornered worse. CCP agents down the hall in front of us, the creature coupled with soldiers to our right, and a hole behind us. I was cold. I was nervous. I was thinking, hopefully I will be getting out of this one unpunished, unpossessed. These agents and soldiers were brainwashed by Knots, so they were insane cultists too, for sure. I was mentally exhausted by all the fear. One of the soldiers from the destroyed room threw a device towards Erilyn and I. Once it bounced off my shoe, a gray smoke came out of it. I looked around for an escape. I took a step back, but it surrounded me too much. 2 seconds later, I couldn't see anything. I began to feel lightheaded. Not too much time later, I passed out. I woke up in a dark blue cargo hold or something similar. I felt mild turbulence. I realized I was on a plane. Erilyn was sitting across from me.
Where are we going?
I asked.
You're about to find out. We're going to northern Russia. Hopefully you won't be eaten.
There's nothing I can do, Erilyn said. She looked defeated. Eaten. They didn't have to bring me to Russia to be eaten, or whatever was going to happen. I didn't think much of it other than it was likely a continuation of the stuff that went on in China. I felt nervous enough that I could actually ignore my anxiety about moving down in objects. I still felt dread about all the creatures and the Mexcala governments. I asked Erilyn if she still had her laptop. She did. Supposedly, the agents didn't see it as a threat, so she still had it on her. She handed it to me. I haven't felt such an impending doom before. I don't even know what is supposedly going to eat me. We're going to an area in the Arctic Circle. Am I going to meet Knots face to face? I hope not. The plane ride lasted about a day. I alternated between asking Erilyn certain things and looking at more stuff detailing 2022 to 2071 on the internet on Erilyn's phone. One thing I asked Erilyn was why she ripped the 2016 to 2023 pages out of the history book. She told me she was in a rush. She had the thought that she didn't want my near future to be spoiled. She was unsure if I was important though, so she ripped out a random chunk of pages from that time. She knew I'd be able to look up events from that time anyway. She didn't think I'd have enough time to look them up, however. She wanted this to be more about the latter part of the century. I also napped a couple times. I was awoken when the plane landed, though. It was around midnight. According to the phone, we landed near a town called Norilsk in northern Russia. It was within the Arctic Circle. The Russian government agent from earlier, Agent R, gave us coats to put on. We put them on, then he took us off the plane. As I stepped off the plane into the snow, it struck me. I was pretty much under where Knots was. It was 1 a.m., however, so I didn't think I'd see him. The night sky didn't have any visible thing in it due to its being nighttime. Knowing a giant creature was up there was even more chill-inducing. The chills I felt distracted me from the cold temperature. Luckily, the northern lights filled the sky. Unusually bright blue, green, and purple waves of light covered the sky. I recalled the fact that Knots had some effect on the magnetic field, but that confused me. What effect did it have? Does Knots manipulate solar wind? That would be one other concern for this future, though. I didn't really want to see a giant silhouette in the night sky, so I looked ahead at ground level. I noticed a big screen sat in the distance. It displayed text. Top-level enlightenment happens here. An image of Knots popped up onto the screen. A second later, some text popped up under the image. Total people enlightened here. 104. Agent R took us into a holding truck. It was only a 10-minute drive until we pulled up somewhere. Once I got out of the truck, I noticed we had pulled up at a house. It was a regular one-story house. It was comfy, too. In the living room, there was someone around my age watching something on the big wall TV. The show or movie was in Russian, but it seemed like a comedy based on the fact the guy was laughing every minute. His name was Nikolai. He was pretty friendly. He also made sure I knew not every Russian kid had a dad working for Putin or Morzov.
Don't let this cloud your judgment. I don't like what he does, let alone what Morzov does, but at least Morzov kept the nation from collapsing, he said. Moments later, his dad went somewhere, but he didn't say where. Nikolai seemed relieved to see him leave. Nikolai took me to his room to show me something he thought was interesting. Any break from all that stuff was accepted. He showed me an e-book on his tablet. This book was by a guy who pretty much predicted Knots and all the cults, Nikolai said. He was interested in the idea of fiction from the past predicting the future. The book, of course, was written by H.P. Lovecraft. Nikolai drew parallels between the books from the 1920s and the events of 2063 onwards. It wasn't like we were in the world of this guy's head, but it was just so uncanny. But it was, generally speaking, though. Terrifying cosmic entities and the cults that worshipped them were around, yes, but the situation was very different. I'm glad not everyone was brainwashed by Knots. 3 billion? I asked. Yeah, including my dad. We can't bring up any religion, but hey, I was never religious anyway, Nikolai said. Something occurred to me right after he said that. Russia had banned religion altogether. Canada was pretty much a cult-led dictatorship, but what was going on in America? I asked Nikolai about it. He took me to the living room. He turned the news on. Playing on the TV was a video of a woman reading off of a tablet in front of a group of people wearing gray robes.
President Young is reading from the Knots script in front of the founding members of the biggest Mexicala cults in the U.S. Of course, 2 of those members include former President Charlotte Lawson and her predecessors, Vice President Megan Brooke and Matthew Turner, respectively. They've all been very cheery today, not to push my opinion onto them,
the reporter said. The report ended. A new one began.
Back-to-back news of Georgia today. 5 cult members guns down a 50-year-old man after he waved an anti-Knots banner. The banner read, "Let nukes meet Knots." The man waved the banner around while walking up a street in Stockbridge. Some cult members saw him, got angry at his message, then gunned him down. They have been let off on the grounds of enlightenment,
the reporter said. Okay, I've seen enough, I told Nikolai. He turned the TV off. That was enough American cultists for me. The next day, the Russian agent wasn't around at all. Evelyn tried to get her little gadget running. She told me she still couldn't tell me what it was yet. Other than that, I was watching the news from different countries. While it informed me even more about the world of 2071, it still gave me dread about the cults. In the UK, the Tories were using nationwide surveillance to keep a close watch on the streets of any Knots-related events. Their Prime Minister, Braxton Watson, seemed so obsessed with Knots, he seemed stereotypically cultish. During a press conference, he stared at the camera as if he was looking into my soul. It looked like he was possessing me. I shivered a bit. In Brazil, there was a civil war between those who weren't brainwashed by Knots and those who were brainwashed cultists. Apparently, only a quarter of the nation was under the area where Knots' brainhold was very strong, an area towards the South Pole. They'd been engaging in guerrilla warfare with each other since 2070. Around noon, I watched some interesting videos about Knots with Nikolai. The videos were pretty biased, with the narrator referring to Knots as a big buddy and Knots' creatures as Knots' friends. The commitment was still creepy. Because of everything that I have experienced so far, I had a sinking feeling over those videos as well. Nothing was mentioned about any deaths either, only that people were being studied. I wasn't buying it though. Those creatures weren't studying anybody. They were killing people. Yes, Perlaws eat people whole, but the other creatures, they were not studying. They were eating. This wasn't some big study by an interdimensional creature. It was a big feast. Maybe Knots did brainwash people, but it couldn't have been done on purpose for study reasons. I asked Nikolai if he bought that the creatures were studying us instead of thoughtlessly eating us. He told me he didn't, because the cultists pushed it so much that it sounded like they're lying. He mentioned how scientists weren't allowed to study the creatures. Scientists aren't allowed to study the creatures. Perlaws eat everyone, but then they cover it up by telling us they only eat you if you harass them. They aren't doing classified studies at all. It's all about covering up how much these creatures like to eat, Nikolai said. He was angry while answering that. There's no way Knots cared that much about a random few billion people on a planet that he wasn't associated with. I'm confused about the extent of Knots' plan. I'm going to assume his creatures are just going about their cruel natural business. But what was Knots doing influencing people a few years before he arrived and was discovered? I asked. Nikolai was confused. I sounded like I was new to this world. Of course, because I was new to this world. He shrugged. We would know for sure if scientists were allowed to speak on it. But for now, he brainwashed people. Not purposefully, though. His travel to Earth influenced people for sure, but I think it's just incidental, he said. This was interesting to hear. Knots may just be doing nothing. His mere presence telepathically influences billions of people all around the world to feel as if he is a great god. Also, sorry if I bothered you with that question earlier. I thought we'd make good friends if I was staying here, I said. I don't see why I decided against being your friend just because you asked me one thing that made me angry, unless it made me uncomfortable enough for me to not want to build a whole friendship with you. But just that one specific question. No, man, he said. I couldn't tell him that I was a dimension jumper. That's what I assumed I was by that moment anyway. Time travel is actually jumping to different timelines, alternate timelines, therefore alternate realities. And most of my assumption was based on hope. Hope that I was in an alternate 2071. Anyway, since I couldn't tell him, I just told him I was going to leave soon. If you need a friend, I can be one, Nikolai said. Need? I'm not entitled to anyone or anything. Want? I'd like to, but I have to go soon. I probably can't keep in contact with you either, based on where I'm going. Sorry, I said. That's good. I'm not entitled to anyone either. That's a point that helped me through the last 8 years, he said. The next morning, Agent R walked in. All right, you two. It's time for us to go. he said. Erilyn and I walked outside. The agent stood at the door behind us. Erilyn stopped. I saw a gray arm in the corner of my eye. I looked up at the sky. A giant gray arm hung in the distance, taking up a chunk of the sky. To my right, an equally huge, long gray arm hung further east. It looked like a tentacle, but a mechanical one, but also a fleshy one. I never thought I'd see any living thing be that huge. It took 5 seconds for any part of me to react, but when I started reacting, it was horrible. My chest and my stomach sank. My heart pounded like crazy. I was sure I was about to have a heart attack, which should have triggered an anxiety attack, but my thoughts were so focused on the abnormally huge mystery material arm in the sky that no such anxiety attack happened at all. The sky was mostly cloudy, but the cracks between the clouds were big enough to see a bit more of the creature. Not enough to see where it ended, though. The dark gray mass could be seen through the cracks of all the clouds to the north. It looked like what metal would look like if it was flesh. The creature didn't look like a robot or like it was manufactured at all. It looked like it was from a dimension where metal is also flesh, or where flesh is metal. "You get to see it up close in a few minutes," the agent said. "Please, no," I said. It was all I could say, as I could barely feel anything from the excess chills and dread. Normal bodily functions like closing your eyes when the sun is too bright were happening without me understanding why at first. That thing could kill me in an instant, without even trying to. Would it even know? The agent forced Erilyn and I back into the van. We were silent. Erilyn was facially expressing more fear than I ever saw her express so far. 10 minutes later, the van stopped. We were told to get out. I stepped out, trying my best not to look at the sky. The agent poked me, but I couldn't be startled enough to instinctively look up. Knots was on my mind too much. A minute of walking later, I walked into some metal bars. I stood there, anticipating the worst. I wasn't going anywhere else for the rest of my life. "Erilyn, turn his head up. You don't want your electronics taken away, do you?" the agent said. As my head was slowly being turned upward by Erilyn, I made a snap decision. This thing was so huge, it was so uncanny. The weird feeling in my chest overtook me. I was about to be fed to it, which made the feeling worse. I jolted in the other direction. Erilyn's grip wasn't too hard. However, before I could get anywhere, the agent pulled out a gun. He must have thought it would ground me. He was wrong. "Look up towards Knots. You don't want to die, do you?" he asked. This is how my thoughts went. Creature kills me, or person kills me. I choose person. I walked away from the creature. Agent R told me to get back, but my instinctive fear was too intense. Too many chills, too much nausea, too much distraction. I just didn't care. "Do you want me to shoot your friend?" he asked. At least he was trying. Of course, I would look up to ensure she doesn't get shot, but she wasn't going to be shot. Her understanding of her own research was an essential to them. "You need her," I said. I was considering turning around, but I always needed more time to come to a conclusion or to come up with things, to get through confusion. I heard a gunshot. I almost turned around, assuming the worst. "Good one, but you didn't tell me to shut up," Erilyn said. The agent murmured. I couldn't understand what he said. Erilyn spoke again. "I'm not staying quiet. You brainwashed people just get dumber," she said. The agent grabbed me. He brought me over to the railing. My heart started racing even harder. The agent grabbed my head. He turned it upward. I was looking up at Knots. While he was chill-inducingly terrifying, I decided to pull the mental technique. "Don't act on it," I reminded myself. For the past 5 years, I had made progress understanding how to get rid of anxiety. The human brain was very powerful, but I learned it is also ours. So long as we don't feel entitled or responsible for other people's feelings, we can be at peace. We just need to practice in a healthy way. Not to push anything away, but to acknowledge everything you feel. Of course, that was about anxiety. This was about fear. But fear is your brain jumping to conclusions, while anxiety only goes as far as worrying without coming to any conclusion. They are the same thing. I resisted every urge to act on every little thought I had about knots, so much so that it felt like I was physically trying to exit my brain. I moved my head a bit too. The agent held it in place, however. I'm not responsible for knots, or Agent R, or any brainwashed person's feelings. I tried to mentally separate myself from knots. However, knots was a new threat. It would take me weeks to get over any little anxieties I got from seeing him, from being forced to see him too. I learned how to deal with anxiety in general, but it wasn't going to be easy this time, like with any new thing. It would take some work. Looking towards knots was still nauseating. I felt chills, but a tiny bit of the panic went away, at least. Okay, you looked up at him. Now you will be studied by him. In moments, you will be enlightened, the agent said. The agent walked me around the platform. I didn't know how he was going to feed me to knots. It still didn't seem like he could see me. The agent walked me down the hill. It was rocky. I almost tripped on a few smaller rocks on the way down. As we got closer, the chills inside me pulsated. I could only barely feel anything else. It wasn't just a field. There were all kinds of creatures crawling around. Giant worm centipedes, 10-foot-tall, 4-legged mini quartz. A circular formation of slorros, all huddling as if they were a big interdimensional pizza, and more sand rovers. One rover was still half human. I twitched at the sight of it. The chills I got from seeing all of them helped keep my fear of knots down, but knots was millions of times bigger than all of them. So my fear of knots distracted away from the chills I got from all of the mini creatures. The dread of whether or not I'd die was deep. I was unaware of the acid reflux that had occurred until seconds later. Me kicking the worm centipedes turned into just walking without caring anymore. Once we reached the arm, it was hovering maybe 14 stories above us. It was as big as a town. The agent texted someone for 10 minutes while the worms piled up on my shoes. When he finished texting, he told me to wait until knots grabbed me. Then, he went back to the lookout area. I stood there for about 10 minutes. Knots didn't do anything. I was trembling with dreadful anticipation of the worst, waiting for whatever. The longer I waited, a half hour, an hour, another hour, the more dread I felt. The more I was about to puke, the more nerve-wracking this whole thing was. Another hour later, I started to wonder when this would all end. I was ready at this point. There was nothing left to do. Moments later, I heard some distant screams. I looked back. The pizza formation of slorros was hanging over the lookout area. I brushed it off as more enlightenment rituals. It went on for 10 minutes. Knots still hadn't moved at all or made a single noise. I used the time to type this all up in my notepad app. I was about to put my phone on the ground, hoping someone would soon come across it. But then I got fed up. "When is this happening?" I asked, as if it could hear me. I heard the screaming dissipate. I began walking back towards the lookout area. If I was being sacrificed, it would happen now. Don't get me wrong, though. I wanted to live. I wanted to be back in that warm apartment in 2022. I wanted to be in that safe place again. Safer compared to 2071. As I walked closer, the chills returned. One slorro was uncanny. Try 8. Their little tentacles swept the whole lookout area. Their whoosh noises made me spit refluxed stomach acid onto the ground in front of me. As I walked closer, the Slauros began to float away. I was relieved, but I was nervous about what Agent R was going to think. When I stepped back out onto the looking area, no one was there. Not surprising. Maybe this was my ticket out. The creatures only ate those who weren't brainwashed, I assumed. Therefore, agents could find me. As I looked around for agents, I felt a tugging. I turned around. The red tentacle of a Slauro was trying to grab my torso, but the Slauro wasn't close enough to me. I almost threw up again. The Slauro began to detach from its formation. I jolted to the other side of the lookout area, over to the truck. I opened the doors, my heart racing. I climbed inside the truck, then I shut the doors. I lay down in the back, trying to control my breaths. It began to work, but then I heard the sound of glass shattering twice. The truck shook a bit. The Slauro was grabbing the front of the truck, trying to lift it up. The Slauro continued to try to lift the truck up for an hour. The truck was too heavy for it to lift off the ground, luckily. At that point, I realized the creatures most likely weren't a monolith. Otherwise, all the creatures would have ripped the truck open by now. As the truck shook for that hour, I felt something hit me repeatedly. I assumed it was a gun, but at one point I accidentally caught it with my hand. I couldn't see it since there was no light in the back of the truck, but it felt like a mine. I put my phone light on it. It was a futuristic mine. I had no idea how it worked. I wasn't going to press anything, but it started beeping away. I tossed it to the side. My heart began to race again. I bolted out of the back of the truck. The Slauro's tentacles were still grabbing hold of the whole truck. I ran away from the scene. It only took a few seconds for the Slauro to react. It stopped trying to lift the truck, by the sound of it. The dread returned. I went to the field in front of the lookout area, which wasn't too far away. A loud explosion hurt my ears. I was pushed to the ground by the shockwave. I looked back towards the truck. A purple cloud of smoke was filling the area. The Slauro's tentacles jolted away from the truck. They were cut. The Slauro floated away from the area. I laid my head down on the pavement, wishing for a bit of peace at least. I watched as the Slauro hovered away. Its tentacles couldn't help but squirm all over. It only made me shiver more. I turned around to face Knots. As I stared at the massive thing, a running feeling of dread built up. That was until I noticed it. Something seemed off about Knots that I hadn't noticed before. It looked frozen, like it hadn't moved at all. I mean, it didn't usually move at all, but being around it for some hours made it look like it was supposed to be moving, but it just wasn't at the same time. It looked like it was frozen in time. But that could only happen if time was moving fast for me, but slow for it. Then I thought, what if Knots is flying by, but time is moving a lot slower for him, so it looks like he's frozen in one place? I froze. All of this. The deadly creatures, the panic, the sadness, the destruction of what was familiar. Billions of people worshipping this thing to the point where their entire belief systems changed. All because this big creature was doing a flyby. A flyby which, to it, probably only takes 1 minute. Forget 5 hours, but to us, it's years of creatures, chills, dread, rituals, and death. I was distracted from my thoughts by a familiar shout. "What are you doing back here? Knots didn't eat you?" It was Agent R. "No, not at all," I said. "You have to wait for him to work his magic," Agent R said. "I just realized something. It might be that he's moving incredibly slow to us, but to him, this is a quick flyby," I said. "If you have to wait days, Agent R said. As R began walking towards me, the building near the lookout area exploded. It wasn't too close, but the bang was loud enough to stunt my hearing. Agent R took out his gun, but it wasn't about me. He jolted towards the dusted building. I had no idea how the building exploded or who made it explode. I assumed it was an accident. I waited for Agent R to return. A minute later, as my hearing returned, I was shaking. I saw someone running towards me. For a minute, I couldn't tell if it was the agent. As they got closer, I realized it was Erilyn. She ran up to me.
At least this is the first time I brought you here. Those freaks should have trusted me, Erilyn said. I think Knots is frozen somehow. Like frozen in time, I said. One of the leading theories is that 5 years for us is 5 minutes for Knots. If that's true, he really never cared about humans. This is a flyby, Erilyn said. I started to believe it. Knots was unaware of everything. His influence on people's heads was not intentional. His creatures were just thoughtlessly eating anything that lived. Also, I just found out that the CCP lied about the MKCCAN handing us over. They didn't hand us over, they spied and kidnapped us, Erilyn said. Makes sense, I said. If we hurry, we can get out of here. Come on, Erilyn said. Erilyn looked over at the truck. She asked me what happened. I told her I accidentally detonated a grenade while hiding from a slurro. A car pulled up. It wasn't one I had seen yet. The doors opened. Nikolai was sitting in the driver's seat. Get in. I don't care what the government does anymore, Nikolai said. We hopped into the car. I hopped into the passenger seat. I buckled myself in as soon as possible. Nikolai pushed the accelerator stick. The car began to move faster towards the field. By the time I collected my thoughts, we were out on the field. I asked Nikolai what his plan was. We're going to drive right under Knots. You see, there's a forbidden topic in Norilsk. In 2068, a kid wandered off into the field. It was said he was being enlightened, but then days went by without any movement from Knots at all. People started to assume Knots doesn't care about anybody. It's just there. The brainwashed told the non-brainwashed not to speak of the theory that Knots isn't aware of anything. Even after the kid came back a day after he left, Nikolai said. So it's true. 5 minutes for Knots is 5 years for us, Erilyn said. Yes, we might not know the exact time, but something like that, Nikolai said. We drove under the bottom of the arm. The bottom of the arm was the size of a big town. It was a 10-minute drive to the other side of it. We couldn't see anything, as the daylights didn't reach the space under the arm, but Nikolai knew where he was going. Once we got out from under the arm, Nikolai stopped the car. He told Erilyn to use her device on me right then. I asked if it was finished. Erilyn said it was finished enough to use it, so it was go time. She took a handheld device out of her bag. This device can record what you imagine, visual and auditory. If you are comfortable with it, I want you to imagine some casual movements from your time that best portray your general time period. General, as in like 5 years, she said. Yes, I'm comfortable with it, I said. She told me to lean towards the device. I leaned towards it as she held it in front of my head. I recalled a memory from December 2018, then some from January to June of 2019. As I did so, I felt a huge wave of nostalgia for the time, especially May 2019. It was such a unique time for me. I played it all in my head as Ari scanned my brain. The scanning took about 10 minutes. Then she stopped. Okay, that's all, she said. I like how it was all this just to do that simple thing, Nikolai said. Circumstances, contracts, whatever, Erilyn said. The back window cracked. Nikolai looked into the side view mirror. He panicked. They're coming after us, he said. He pushed the accelerator stick. He took a slight left turn. I was getting deeper chills at the tiny, squirmy creatures all over the ground. As we drove, we got into a darker patch, where Knott's shadow was. Knott's was almost see-through from his underside.
Some light was able to glow through him, but the creatures almost faded into the shadows. I could barely see them, which made my cold chills stronger. Some managed to climb onto the windshield. Imagine the most uncanny-looking spider you've ever seen. No solid-looking appearance, just a blur with 8 long legs. Except this had 16. It sat on the windshield. The quenching feeling in my stomach got stronger. Nikolai pressed a button on the dashboard. The spider was power-washed off of the windshield. At one point, I looked in the rearview mirror. Whoever was coming after us was gaining on us. I didn't know what to be afraid of anymore, the creatures or the agents. But then I noticed something. They were struggling. Enough creatures had surrounded their car that they couldn't move. That ended up being the same for us, too, of course. Squirmy creatures piled up around our car. This was probably it, I thought. This wasn't a movie. There was no fighting and getting out alive here.
Are those all the experiments that needed to be done? I asked. Yes, I think I've tortured you enough. I didn't realize any of this would happen, though. I'm sorry.
Erilyn said. It's okay, Erilyn, I said.
Also, you're in luck. I'm starting to believe we're only jumping realities, not traveling through time at all. That's just me, though. It's still inconclusive. With luck, this may not be your future. But you'll have to wait and see,
Erilyn said. I'm good with that. I just need to be taken away from this, I said.
They're setting the creatures on fire,
Nikolai said. Erilyn grabbed the watch out of her bag. She had completed all of the necessary experiments. Whatever else was happening, I was too focused on the stomach-quenching shooting anxiety and eagerness to run away or do something to get away, but I could barely move anywhere. Erilyn told me to unbuckle myself. She pressed a button on the watch. The bright white portal opens behind the passenger seat. I unbuckled myself. I was shaking, but I managed to unbuckle myself. I crawled around back. Explosions rang out behind the car. The loud bangs made my hearing go out again. I was eager to escape all the noise. I didn't hesitate at all. I jumped through the portal. Both cars were gone. There was still a bunch of slimy creatures everywhere. The light from the portal was shining on them. The creatures within the shine of the light were not moving. Knots was still hanging in the sky, too. Erilyn landed on the ground beside me. Nikolai, too, to my surprise. The white light disappeared as the portal closed. All I could hear was echoing, slithering all around. We stood up. Erilyn was surprised to see Nikolai here with us. Nikolai boldly exclaimed he had to jump in order to protect himself. Erilyn understood.
Did we teleport?
Nikolai asked.
No, I can't tell you. It's classified. I brought us somewhere safe, though. Somewhere that works for you, too. We'll have to trust the theory that we're just traveling to different realities and not through time,
Erilyn said. I was kicking a bit to make sure no demonic worms were crawling on my shoes. They were still chill-inducing, but at least the government agents were gone.
This is pretty much it. We can't risk there being a lot of interference with the universe. Of course, if the multiverse theory is the only true theory, then we don't have to worry about black holes devouring everything because I used this to wild extents.
Erilyn chuckled.
Whatever you did, it was cool. We traveled to a different timeline,
Nikolai said. We walked out from under knots. It was 30 minutes of silence from the three of us. 30 minutes of us both walking and stomping to stop creatures from getting on our shoes. Once we returned to the lookout area, everything was normal. The building to my left was intact again. The holding truck was gone. We walked in silence for another half hour back to Nikolai's house. Once we arrived at his house, I said my goodbyes. Bye, Nikolai. Thanks for saving us, I said.
Goodbye, dude. You're welcome. Also, you saved me too. I want to repay you and Ari,
he said to me. He walked up to his door. He looked inside for a minute. Then he walked inside. He closed the front door behind him. Erilyn and I took a plane to Anchorage, then another one to Toronto. It was another 2 days of flying. I was silent the whole time, hoping no Sloras would pull the planes out of the sky. It was ominous seeing the planes only a quarter full. It was around 9 p.m. when we arrived in Toronto. The condos were lit in neon turquoise. The CN Tower did its usual color change thing, and the rest of the buildings weren't so different from what they were in 2022. There were more buildings in 2071. Some of them had an exterior glow similar to what the CN Tower does, but less bright. We took a taxi-like service, one different from Uber, back up to where I lived. When we hopped out, I was glad to be back home, even though I was still in 2071. We went upstairs to the apartment. Erilyn knocked on the door. Ava answered it. We walked into the living room. Ava still had the look of pure amazement on her face. Though this whole adventure was terrifying, I did find the whole time or reality jumping thing interesting. Ava went into her bedroom to leave us alone. Erilyn turned toward me. "Are you ready to go back?" Erilyn asked. "Yes, but I want to know if it's possible, if I can visit somewhere," I said. "Somewhere in 2071? Erilyn asked. "No, like a certain time period. Not too long before my time, but hopefully long enough that a black hole doesn't open up. You know, if the multiverse-only theory isn't true. But if it is, we're fine," I said. "Yeah, I might as well give you a break," Erilyn said. "Where do you want to go?" I smiled. "May 2019. Erilyn set the watch to May 17th, 2019. The bright white portal opened. I jumped through. Erilyn jumped in after me. Once I stepped into it, the furniture in the living room changed again. The smaller TV, along with the other furniture that was there at that time, arranged in the way it was at that time, was there. The sun shined bright into the apartment. I got out my phone. It had Wi-Fi. I went into my room to fetch one of my tablets. I turned it on, navigating through it. Then I went to the playlist of my favorite songs. I sat back listening to all of them. That smooth, relaxing, sad pop song, the upbeat song with lyrics about throwing your anxieties out the window, the chill pop song about feeling less anxiety when you're around someone you enjoy being around, etc. After that, Erilyn took me to Tim Hortons so I could have the Oreo donut again for the first time since that time. I ate it while thinking about all my favorite things about summer of 2019. The music, some friends, the exploding wave of cathartic therapy music, etc. It was the perfect escape, a personal one for me. I arrived back home before my past self did. I told Erilyn where and when he'd be. She acted accordingly. We went back up to the apartment. She changed the time to, I assumed, a date that would correspond with the amount of time it was in 2071, which was around 9 days. The bright wormhole appeared. Before I stepped in, the door to the building, not the apartment, opened. It was my past self. I said bye to Erilyn. Then I jumped into the portal. The furniture was back to what it was in my present time. This time, of course, our time. Black table, brown couch, and the TV were all there. It was also suddenly nighttime. I checked the time on my phone. 7:30 p.m. The date was back too. It was the date I left on. Erilyn sent me back to the time 1 hour after I first left my time. The posts I sent back in time weren't posted yet, which meant I had to avoid using anything from my Google account on the days I posted back to from 2071. I decided to use my older account, then just had it logged out of Reddit for the time being. About 3 weeks. Instead of switching back and forth between my accounts, I decided to just use the older one for the following 3 weeks, avoiding any possible interference with the posting of my posts from that future or that alternate future, since I believe in the multiverse theory. but not actual time travel. And yes, I needed that break. I'm happy to document it, as it was cool to me, at least, even if it was an alternate May 2019. That was honestly very, very crazy. I hope I never get dragged into that kind of thing again. Whether it was the future or an alternate future, and whether the multiverse thing is true or not, well, I'll have to wait. The first signs are in the book. If any of the events happen differently, or if they don't happen at all, that'll be promising. If there's a multiverse out there, I hope interdimensional travel doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Who knows what those cultists would do in other realities that are in 2071. I want to believe my adventure is finished, but at the same time, I worry that it opened up something bigger. Or maybe it warned me of something inevitable. The future is uncertain again, which may be for the best this time.